Welcome to Wolfmated, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. Hey there, Ivy here. If you've been following our story, you know how complicated things have gotten. And if you're new, well, buckle up, because this is where it gets real. Quick recap. I'm a mage who broke my cardinal rule of no supernatural clients to help a cursed alpha wolf. Killian LeBlanc walked into my office desperate for protection, and somehow I walked straight into what might be the most intense love story of my life. Funny how the universe works, right? You'd think after everything we've been through, breaking curses, facing rival packs, literally traversing the underworld, the gods would cut us some slack. I mean, we're soulmates. That should count for something, shouldn't it? But apparently, the universe has other plans. See, being with Killian isn't just about us anymore. It never was, really. He's an alpha wolf with responsibilities to his pack, and I'm still figuring out exactly what I am. The truth is, loving each other might be the easiest part of this whole mess. It's everything else that's threatening to tear us apart. The pack needs more than just a strong alpha. They need stability, unity, a future they can believe in. And sometimes, what's best for the pack isn't what's easiest for the heart. Killian and I thought finding each other was the hard part. Now we're learning that keeping each other might be even harder. So here we are, fighting not just for our love, but for everything and everyone around us. Because that's the thing about being part of a pack. Their struggles become your struggles. Their future becomes your future. And sometimes the biggest test of love isn't what you're willing to do for each other, but what you're willing to sacrifice for the greater good. I used to think I knew what strength was. Now I'm learning that true strength might mean making choices that break your own heart to protect the ones you love. Whether you've been with us from the start or you're just joining our story, get ready, because this journey, it's about to test everything we thought we knew about love, loyalty, and what it truly means to be mated. And trust me, nothing about this is going to be simple. Chapter 1. Ivy's hand shook slightly as she dialed Kieran's number, a tumult of emotions spiraling within her. One ring, and to her surprise, he answered. Before Kieran could utter a greeting, Ivy's words tumbled out, raw and unrestrained. "Ivy, wait!" Kieran started, but she barreled through his interjection. "I can't believe him, Kieran. He just left after all that happened." She tried to control her voice, but it was impossible. Killian and I, one minute, we were so close. Closer than we have ever been. Intimate. Explosive. Our hearts beating in time with each other as if our souls were connected with an unbreakable bond. Then, the next minute, he just, "Ivy, you're on a speakerphone." Ignoring him, Ivy continued, unbridling her most guarded feelings, revealing the intimate moments she and Killian had shared. "We were together, Kieran. Really together. Every touch was electric. Every caress blazed like wildfire between us. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. It felt like that moment would last forever and we'd make a baby wolf right after that." "Ivy, stop!" Kieran's voice now held a desperate plea. He cleared his throat, trying to maintain a semblance of professionalism. "You're on speakerphone and I'm in the middle of an international business conference." The line went deadly silent, save for the subtle shuffles and coughs from the dozens of shocked executives and entrepreneurs connected across the globe. Ivy's heart plummeted into her stomach, her face flaming. "I tried to tell you," Kieran continued, gentler now, containing a sigh. "Your number is on my priority list, and it must activate automatically." Ivy's brain raced, attempting to backtrack to somehow restore the situation. But what had been said could not be undone. Amidst the palpable quiet on the line, a remote stifled chuckle broke through from one of the anonymous listeners. Then another, until a low roar of laughter echoed through the international conference call. Kieran chuckled. "Well, colleagues, in addition to our quarterly projections, it seems you've been given a special peek into the intricate world of an outback love affair. Let's make sure we keep this exclusive insight inside our circle, shall we? What's the baby wolves about, and when can we expect the full story? Someone asked. Many laughs followed. Ivy cleared her throat. Wolfie is our trademarked baby name. Now it's on your official record, so don't think about stealing it. Siren interrupted. We'll reveal the complete story at the Christmas party. I'll call you back in 15 minutes, Ivy. Before he hung up, she heard someone say, But we never have Christmas party, Siren. Damn, Ivy cursed inwardly. 15 minutes felt like 15 decades. Kieran's return call was punctual. Kieran, Ivy swallowed the lump in her throat. Ivy, I've been doing some digging. Kieran's voice was calm. It was as if he read her mind. He gave her the information before she asked. Killian's in Tibet. Tibet? How? I have my networks and trackers. You had a tracker device on Killian, like spying on him. Ivy, it's for his safety. And because we had just... Thank you so much for doing that, Siren. If you need me to put the spying device in his food, I'll do that. Kieran sighed. The location isn't a worry, Ivy. The people he'll meet and what he wants to do there is a concern. What happened between you two that led him there? The words spilled from Ivy, as if the floodgates holding back a reservoir of pain had burst. She told him of the intimate encounter gone astray, how her demon-infused blood had woven its way into Killian instead of the other way round, shifting the balance of power, interlocking their fates in a dark, ironic twist. Over the phone, Siren's typing on the keyboard was audible. He said, I've made arrangements for transport. Killian needs to attend this alpha challenge or he'll lose his alpha status. He has worked all his life for it. But we need 48 hours. No, Kieran, we have just over 36 hours. You'll have to buy us the time, Ivy. I can make many things happen, but unfortunately, time isn't one of them. Even if we reach him in time, I won't be able to help him with the demon blood. He will try to get rid of it, but that isn't going to work, Siren. One thing at a time, Ivy. We can't do anything from where we are now. Knowing Killian, purging the demon blood won't be the first thing he would do. Instead, he will attempt to control it, which is the correct solution. But he goes to Tibet, and the only person I can think of whom he would seek in Tibet is Tenzin, who is not news for good reasons. Why didn't he come to us first? If he thinks I am helpless, then why didn't he contact you? That you will have to ask him yourself, but firstly, we need to get there. I have organized transport, a private airline outside Melbourne. When you get there, my people will take care of everything else, and then I'll see you in Tibet. I'll make arrangements to buy time here, then leave for the airport. See you soon, Siren. Yes, Ivy. Thank you so much for always being there for us. It's a pleasure, Ivy. Killian's family, and you're his soulmate. You're family to me, too. She hung up, swallowed a lump in her throat, then hurried to the backyard to look for Nina and Damien. She had no time to be sentimental about this. She may have come from nothing but a drop of demon blood, but she was determined not to let it destroy the family of the people she loved, those who had taken her in unconditionally. Ivy burst through the back door, her eyes scanning the backyard for Nina and Damien. The green space, usually a sanctuary for simpler times, now seemed fraught with the tension of the ticking clock in her head. She found them, huddled over a laptop at a picnic table. Nina, her adoptive sister, was effortlessly sassy even in serious discussions, her fingers dancing over the keys with an intelligent finesse only a computer whiz like her could possess. Beside her, Damien's brow furrowed in concentration, his kind eyes reflecting the soft glow of the screen. As Killian's protege and the one seemingly destined to continue Killian's work, Damien held a silent strength, merging his strategic mind with a considerate soul. Both looked up as Ivy approached. Killian is in Tibet. Ivy shot to the point. Damien's eyes darkened. Boss didn't forget he has an alpha challenge coming, did he? Nina's gaze lingered on the bite mark on Ivy's neck, the reminder of Killian trying to turn her. Damien told me about you becoming a member of the wolf family, Ivy, she said. Now Killian's in Tibet. Should I put two and two together, or are you going to explain what happened? Ivy stood in the courtyard with her hands on her hips, a deep crease forming on her forehead. The demon blood I'm carrying is too powerful for Killian to turn me. It also contaminated his blood. Damien ruffled his hair in frustration. Fuck, Ivy went on. I called Kieran and he's arranged a private jet, but Nina needs to drive me to the airport first, the private one. He said we'll need 48 hours for him to sort this out. We've only got a bit over a day, Damien muttered. So I guess you want me to stretch out the pre-challenge as much as possible? Ivy nodded. Damien shoved his hands into his pockets. It'll be like a mini contest of sorts. If I do it right and go beyond the stipulated time, it should give Killian enough leeway. We should get going then. Thanks, Damien. Let's go, Nina. One thing, though. Damien shared an all-knowing gaze with Nina before returning his attention to Ivy. When you see Boss and if you need a push to get him back here in a hurry, tell him that Adam didn't go without leaving his mark. His protege is stirring some trouble within the pack. Adam West? Even if he had a protege, he's dead, and he was cast out before Kieran put a bullet in his head. Surely that would make his protege an outsider of the pack. Damien nodded. In theory, yes. Nina gestured at the open laptop they were working on. We did some digging to find out why he didn't come out earlier as Adam's protege. Turns out he isn't using his connection with Adam because that's a weak position to leverage. He's the son of one of the senior council members. He was born a wolf shifter, and simply put, he has more legitimacy than Damien in claiming the deputy role. Damien continued, but he hasn't been involved in pack business. He can't just turn up and claim a position. He has to fight for it. We know for sure the reason he's here now is due to Adam's death. Officially, he'll use his blood connection as leverage, plus take part in the challenge to legitimize his role. It's not a concern. I can manage him. However, Killian should understand that Lachlan will try to disrupt us at every angle, and that includes poking at our weak points, his blood. Ivy nodded. Killian's blood isn't pure wolf shifter, now with demon traces on top. It's quite a cocktail, Nina said, but we'll figure it out. Damien and I thought of finding a way to manage the situation without bothering you and Killian. Yet at this stage, we must use all the leverage we have. What's the guy's full name? Ivy asked. Lachlan Drury, Damien answered her. Ivy prepared to leave. I'll make sure Killian gets the story straight. Thanks, Damien. Let's go, Nina. Nina shut her laptop abruptly and followed Ivy out. As Ivy and Nina hastened towards the car, an unfamiliar chill snaked through Ivy's body, inexplicable yet oddly recognizable. Her hand drifted instinctively to the pouch at her hip, where she kept her tarot deck. Before she could get to it, her phone vibrated. She ignored it, but considering that it might be Killian's call, she fished it out of her pocket. It wasn't Killian on the line, rather an anonymous number flashed across the screen. She answered. Ivy. A voice sneered with malevolence. Killian's mate. Who is this? I'm his undoing. Take your threat and shove it up your ass. You're Lachlan, the wannabe pack member. He cackled. Surely they haven't been wrong about you. Smart, feisty, and from what I can see, gorgeous. Ivy glanced around. All she saw were trees in the bush surrounding them. You see, a true wolf would be able to detect me even from miles away. But you can't even find me. Killian isn't aware of my presence either, so hurry up and go seek your alpha before he loses his title for good. The call ended abruptly as Ivy hastily drew a card from her tarot deck. She gawked at the card and inhaled sharply in response. What does it say? Asked Nina, who, like many others, couldn't make out anything on the blank card in Ivy's hand. 5 of Swords, an illusory victory. Or perhaps a hollow threat. Do you mean that Lachlan isn't really much of a threat? Inquired Nina nervously. Ivy shook her head solemnly. No, what concerns me is what Killian is getting himself into without any help or guidance. Plus, my usual spiritual and psychic connection with him, well, let's just say that it's blocked. Chapter 2. It was dark and bleak. even more so than the underworld that Killian had been in. The piercing wind howled over the desolate Tibetan plains, whipping up dust devils that danced across the barren landscape. In the distance, sheer cliffs of weathered stone loomed under a slate-gray sky. The very air seemed saturated with the ancient primal energy that permeated this forsaken place. This wasn't the noble representation of the sacred Tibetan mountains. This was a forbidden land, occupied by those who were rejected by the temples and gods, and as a result, cast out by their own society. Killian stood alone amidst the bleak terrain. Like the land, the time here was forgotten. He could feel the darkness in his blood responding to the primal forces at work here. The demon in him liked what it saw, and the warrior wolf in him, his true self, whimpered. And that, for Killian, wasn't acceptable. Raven's whisper, Killian muttered the words. He was uncertain if this would be successful. How much could one rely on the word of a dishonored outcast monk? Killian was barely 14 when they met. When he saved the monk out of compassion, he didn't give a passing thought about asking for a returned favor. But here he was, in a desperate moment, repeating the word he remembered. Raven's whisper. To his surprise, a subtle vibration underfoot shivered through the rocky ground, as if the earth itself acknowledged his presence. And with a grumbling shudder, the seemingly solid mountainside before him began to morph. The sheer rocky face shimmered, a mirage giving way to reveal what had been imperceptible moments ago. An imposing edifice. The temple was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, carved into the very heart of the mountain, its stony facade seemingly one with the rugged terrain. The entry was guarded by two massive, intricately carved stone ravens, their beady eyes rendered with an uncanny precision that lent them an almost sentient watchfulness. Their wings, outstretched in perpetual flight, seemed to cast a protective barrier over the temple's entrance. Above, the treacherous cliffs loomed, a stark reminder of the isolation and inaccessibility of this sanctum, shielding it from the prying eyes of the ordinary world. Vines of thick, twisted, ivy-veiled parts of the rock face, nature and architecture intertwining in a symbiotic embrace that spoke of centuries' coexistence. As Killian stepped forward, the shadow of the mighty stone wings enveloping him. He could sense the palpable shift from the earthly to the ethereal. Inside, the temple extended far beyond what its external aspect suggested. The air was a heady mix of incense and an underlying metallic tang of blood, a constant in rituals of dark magic. Whispers of voices, perhaps memories of prayers, or cries of desperation from past supplicants, seemed to echo faintly through the cavernous space, absorbed by the ancient, unyielding stone. Killian didn't know what Tenzin was like at this moment, but he was sure the cast-out monk's power was stronger and darker. Killian watched, unflinching as Tenzin stepped out from behind an old screen, a darkness that seemed to suck up all the light around it, oozing from him. Tenzin's eyes were like black pits, suggesting a knowledge and power that was both immense and terrifying. His robe moved as if alive, floating around him. "You've come a long way, Wolf." Tenzin's voice was soft, but it carried with startling clarity throughout the room. "You owe me a favor, and I'm here to claim it." Tenzin chuckled. "No need for formality, then. What do you need from me?" Killian met his gaze. "Judging by the growth of your power since we met, I think you can tell what I'm here for." Tenzin turned and walked toward a chair made of bones. As for what sort of bones, Killian didn't care to know. The old monk sat and smiled. "You are right, Killian. I knew you were coming. I had a vision a couple of days ago. And now, seeing you in the flesh, it confirmed my prediction." Killian arched an eyebrow. "Is your power enough to help me?" Tenzin laughed. "What a way to seek a favor, Killian." "It's a request for a return of a favor, Tenzin." Tenzin raised a hand. "Very well. There's no point haggling. There is no need to debate. This will take me a bit and I'll be working at a deficit. But in the spirit of paying it forward, I'll do it. I'll be calling on you soon enough." Killian said nothing, waiting for Tenzin to continue. "The ritual to purge the demon from your soul is not for the faint of heart," he began. "It will require tremendous sacrifice and pain on your part. Are you prepared for this?" "I said nothing about purging the demon from my soul. It's merely a drop of blood that I consumed by accident. I'm looking for a way to control the effect of the demon's blood. Nothing more than that." Tenzin chuckled. "If that's what you truly believe, you can go to a common witch and get it done. You came all this way to me, surely you know what you have is more than a blood contamination. Look, Killian, I don't think you even have time to negotiate. I only want to tame the demon's spirit. I won't be susceptible to your dark rituals." Tenzin shook his head. "Then you really are a fool, Killian. The demon's blood within you is potent, far more than you realize. It won't simply linger quietly. It's an insidious power, one that slowly corrodes, dominates, and eventually annihilates the host's soul." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle upon the room. "Your wolf spirit is already waning, isn't it? Feeling, suppressed. Soon it will be extinguished, and what remains of Killian will be nothing but a puppet for the demon to manipulate." A subtle tremor of fear flickered in Killian's mind. His spirit wolf had been unsettled. He didn't need this monk to remind him of that. Tenzin, perceiving his internal struggle, pressed on. "You want to see how strong the demon inside you is?" Tenzin snapped his fingers. From the shadows, a snake slithered forth from its dark enclave, its scales glistening faintly with an iridescent sheen under the dim, flickering light of the chamber. Its eyes, vivid yellow orbs with vertically slitted pupils, fixed intently upon Killian, reflecting a primal cognizance, a comprehension of the danger intertwined with its existence. The atmosphere in the chamber tightened, as though the very air understood the impending confrontation of mortal and venomous creature. As it approached, the snake's head elevated, body coiling beneath it, preparing to strike. It seemed to pause for a mere second, as if giving Killian a final chance to reconsider, the tension tangible in the motionless air between them. "You don't expect me to let the snake bite me, do you?" "Yes, Killian, that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. Not just let it bite you, but see if your demon blood can kill it." Killian paused and thought the idea through. He could easily heal himself from a snake bite. But killing a serpent with his own blood was entirely different matter. This was a challenge, one that needed to be considered. Killian stared at the snake. To truly understand his enemy, he had to know its strength. He extended his arm. Time seemed to slow as the serpent lunged, fangs bared, and buried them into the flesh of his forearm. A hot, searing pain blossomed at the point of impact. Killian could feel the venom surge into his veins, a malicious entity attempting to course through his body, to corrupt and to conquer. His heart hammered in his chest, pumping not in fear but in anticipation, feeling the dark power within him rise to meet this new intruder. Instead of the deathly chill of venom, a bizarre warmth spread from the bite, spiraling through his veins like molten fire. It was as if the demon's blood sensed the toxic invader, awakening with a furious, protective rage. The snake recoiled almost instantly, its body convulsing violently as if the demon's essence had traveled back through its fangs and infiltrated its being. Killian watched, keeping his expression neutral as the serpent writhed, the dark energy visibly coursing through it, snuffing out its life force in mere moments before it lay still, a dark, lifeless husk. The bite on Killian's arm was already healing, the flesh knitting itself back together with an unnatural speed, leaving behind unmarred skin without a trace of the brutal assault. In that moment, the reality of the power coursing through his veins became starkly evident. Terrifying, Exhilarating. The wolf inside him shuddered from the snake venom's assault on its senses. Yet the demon inside was invigorated and desperate for more. Tenzin gestured towards the still serpent and said, "See? I'm sure you understand it wasn't your wolf or your human blood that killed my snake. How does your wolf spirit feel about this grim scene? The demon in you is one of the strongest I have seen in a long while. That is the force you wish to control." Tenzin stepped forward, and he looked up into Killian's face. "Purge the demon, Killian, before it's too late. Nothing is more painful and regretful than losing your soul to darkness." A wave of panic ran down Killian's spine. The ostracized monk was notorious for dubious associations with the underworld. His people had exiled him for a reason. Killian stepped away. "No, I only want to tame the beast," he declared. "You can't control a demon. As long as its blood is inside you, it will always have power over you," the monk rebutted. "So I guess you won't help me control it then. I'll find another way. But I will not have you extract my blood." A guttural roar sounded from the far end of the corridor. Killian spun around, searching for its source, but soon realized it to be nothing more than an illusion. He was jolted as a sharp pain suddenly shot through his neck. When he pulled away, a syringe filled with murky liquid dangled from his jugular. His vision swayed as the toxin coursed through his veins. Tenzin's outline blurring and reforming before his eyes as the needle's venom slithered through his veins. His knees buckled, yet his gaze never strayed from the monk, a swirl of betrayal and understanding mingling in his depths. "I didn't want to hurt you, Killian, but I need the demon blood," Tenzin said. Years earlier, Killian had saved Tenzin from the talons of a raven shifter, the memory crystallizing amidst the haziness of his mind. What Tenzin didn't know was that Killian had spared the life of the raven as well. He had seen the fear and desperation within the raven's eyes and chose mercy. And like Tenzin, the raven promised to return the favor. "Raven's heart," Killian whispered as his body sank toward the cold stone floor, his hand feebly reaching toward the deceased snake. The temple's high windows shattered inwards, shards of glass twinkling like falling stars as a colossal raven swooped in. Its obsidian feathers shimmered with an ethereal glow, eyes ablaze with both recognition and allegiance. It dive-bombed Tenzin, talons outstretched and beak agape, a scream of unbridled fury emanating from its throat. Tenzin, momentarily taken aback, was no novice to combat. His nimble form ducked, narrowly evading the raven's deadly embrace. His hand reached into the folds of his robe, fingers curling around another needle, eyes flickering with a fusion of determination and rage. The raven swooped quickly, a fierce gale emanating from its strong wings, snuffing out nearby candles, creating a landscape of eerie shadows that swayed to and fro. "Grab the serpent!" Killian commanded. Firmly clutching the snake with its claws, the raven lifted off. "Go to my soulmate," he murmured before all faded to darkness. Chapter 3. With an ethereal whisper, the private jet kissed the tarmac of Lhasa Gongar Airport, its smooth descent a stark contrast to the tumult that churned within Ivy. As the cabin door lowered, the chill of the Tibetan air sliced through, kissing her skin with icy fingers and momentarily stealing her breath. Her gaze, steadfast and unblinking, met Kieran's, his usually stoic countenance displaying the subtlest flicker of trepidation. "Ready?" His voice, while firm, betrayed a trace of concern. She nodded silently, and they descended the steps together, boots meeting the virgin snow, every crunch beneath their feet resonating amidst the vast, silent expanse. Their path, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, led them towards a robust, waiting helicopter, its rotors impatiently cutting through the crystalline night, throwing up a flurry of snow around it. The pilot, shrouded in shadows, offered a cursory nod as they boarded, immersing them in a cacophony of whirring blades and mechanical roars. Inside the cocoon of chaos, Ivy leaned in, her voice barely rising above the din. "Kieran, I can't feel Killian." "What do you mean?" "Our spiritual connection has vanished, or perhaps it has been blocked." Kieran's eyes met Ivy's, then he unfastened his cuff, revealing a sleek, black device, now dark and lifeless, upon his wrist. He's gone from this too," he whispered, his fingers lightly gliding across the inactive screen. Ivy frowned. However, that was a cover for her to prevent slipping into total panic. Ivy asked, "Is someone or something preventing Killian and us from connecting spiritually and technologically?" Kieran nodded. "I'm afraid that's the case." Ivy, summoning the turbulent energies within, spread her tarot cards before her. The tower, signaling cataclysmic change, loomed ominously up at her. With a resonating thud, the helicopter kissed the cold, unforgiving ground beneath, nestled amidst the towering, ominous mountains that held stories of spirits and curses in their rocky folds. Kieran, assisting Ivy to her feet, moved toward the exit, peering into the infinite dark beyond. "The locals refuse to tread these paths," he stated, his voice a low, controlled timbre, "and the mercenaries available here, they reek of betrayal. Using them is gambling with an already stacked deck." Ivy, stepping out into the icy wilderness, felt the spiritual chill envelop her, almost tangible amidst the physical cold. Her voice, although quivering, held resolve. "We are all we have. We must tread into the abyss with only faith as our shield." The rotors slowed above them, eventually granting them solitude amidst the mountain's silent watch. Together, enveloped by the impenetrable dark and the whispering winds that spoke of unknown dangers, they took their first steps into the desolation, bound by purpose, love, and an unspoken fear of the unknown. A sudden heavy thud jolted Ivy's attention downward, where a massive snake lay motionless in the stark whiteness of the snow. Her heart stuttered in her chest as a raven, its eyes reflecting an otherworldly glow, vacated its perch on a nearby rock and soared away into the dark sky above. Ciaran, previously composed, leapt aside with a gasp, his body rigid and eyes wide as they fixed on the creature. After a heartbeat, he shuffled back, cheeks lightly stained with a rare show of embarrassment. "I, always had an unsettling relationship with snakes," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. Ivy, her gaze never leaving the reptile, bent slightly, extending a hand towards it, yet not touching its glossy scales. A faint shimmer danced beneath her fingers as the air pulsated with an ethereal energy. The snake is dead, but its spirit, it's drenched in the remnants of demonic essence. Ciaran inched closer, eyeing the creature but keeping a respectful distance. "Demonic essence? You think that's Killian's blood?" Ivy nodded. "It bit Killian. I think Killian's demon blood killed the snake, but I don't know why the raven dropped it here. What can we possibly do with a dead snake?" The snake's spirit, a translucent replica of its mortal form, slid gracefully from its lifeless physical counterpart, hovering momentarily before Ivy's eyes. Its energy, although diminished, whispered tales of pain, anguish, and a venom potent enough to mar even the staunchest of beings. "All right, we have a tour guide, Ciaran." "I will have to take your words, Ivy. All I can see is a very dead snake." She stood. "It's taking us to Killian." "Then we shall follow it, but I'll be a little behind. Snakes and I are not friends." Ivy and Ciaran trudged behind the ethereal snake that glided through the darkness with a faint white luminosity. As they followed the ghostly light, Ivy's heart raced as if preparing for battle. The high-altitude chill of Tibet was bitter, each exhale of breath hanging frozen in the air as Ivy and Ciaran followed the ethereal guidance of the snake spirit through the barren, snow-blanketed landscape. the eerie tranquility of the desolate expanse, broken only by the crunching of their boots on the compacted snow, hung heavy around them. Ivy's mind was a maelstrom of worry for Killian and a dire curiosity about the message conveyed by the dead snake and its lingering spirit. A latent energy pulsated through her, a mingling of her demon-infused blood and the unrelenting drive to find and aid her soulmate. Her psychic abilities, both a source of power and torment, now seemed dampened. Yet the snake spirit had pierced through the veil, guiding them towards. What the spirit? A subtle serpentine wisp of energy, halted before an ancient, time-worn stone temple, its once imposing structure now a mere skeleton, a testament to long-forgotten powers and epics. Without preamble, the snake dissipated into the ether, its mission seemingly fulfilled. Ivy's heart stumbled in her chest, her eyes widening with a mixture of reverence and trepidation as they approached the forsaken edifice. Killian analyzed the structure, his keen eyes scanning for threats, his demeanor a stark contrast to the spiritual chaos enveloping Ivy. A spectral howl pierced the silence, ethereal yet laden with tangible anguish, twisting Ivy's insides with dread. A wolf spirit, robust and majestic yet tinged with an inexpressible sadness, emerged from the shadows of the temple, its eyes locked onto Ivy's. "It's Killian's wolf!" Killian's wolf spirit, a lifelong companion to his earthly form, now separated, indicating calamity had indeed struck. Kieran's hands gently grasped her shoulders, his voice a low, calming anchor amidst the psychic storm. "Ivy, stay with me. Breathe." Through the turmoil, Ivy's voice emerged, tremulous yet laced with a steadfast resolve. His wolf wouldn't leave him, not unless he's unconscious, Ivy, or the demon has taken over. We knew this was a possibility. Ivy's hands involuntarily clenched, her nails biting into her palms through the fabric of her gloves, the words like shards of glass on her tongue. "I won't leave him to this fate, Killian. If the demon has pushed his wolf aside, he's fighting alone in there. But he will fight. He won't give up, and I will fight with him." Killian nodded, his grip on her shoulders firm and reassuring. "We'll find him, Ivy. And if anyone can bring him back, it's you." The wolf spirit gazed at Ivy, an appeal in its eyes that twisted her soul. This creature, a part of Killian, was offering its silent plea, anchoring Ivy's resolve. With a steadying breath, she moved forward, passing through the spectral wolf and into the shadowy maw of the temple, with Killian, her unwavering ally, at her side. They entered the stone temple. Ivy and Killian moved, their forms mere shadows flitting through the diminutive, dimly lit corridor, the rough-hewn stone walls whispering tales of ancient secrets and forgotten dark deeds. The path gradually expanded, revealing an immense domed chamber, illuminated by an ethereal, malevolent green glow emanating from a spiraling vortex of dark energy suspended above the central altar. In the midst of the looming darkness, a sight unfurled that tethered Ivy's breath momentarily in her throat. Tenzin, once a revered spiritual guide, stood motionless, his arms extended, body rigid, and eyes rolled back, revealing only whites as he communed with the swirling spirits of malevolence that enveloped him. They twined around him, a grotesque dance of shadows and malevolence, whispering dark promises and insidious intent. Around the periphery of the dome, creatures of the night, vampires, dark fae, and other unspeakable beings, were bent in prayerful subjugation, their consciousness ensnared by the potent dark energies pulsating through the space. They remained oblivious to the newcomers, their senses utterly engulfed by the spectral tempest before them. In the heart of the shadowed dome, Killian, an immense and powerful figure, stood atop a raised platform, his imposing 6'6" form bathed in the unholy glow of the spectral vortex above. His bare, muscled chest heaved slightly with each breath, and sweat glistened on his skin, each droplet reflecting the sickly light above. Barefoot, his strong, sturdy legs seemed rooted to the platform, and though his eyes were closed, there was an unnerving serenity to his stance. Ivy's eyes were drawn to a forlorn figure in the corner, Killian's wolf, and her heart ached. A lump formed in Ivy's throat. The wolf spirit lingered, indicating that Killian's human soul still fought against the invasive demon within him. Inside his magnificent body and beneath a strong human spirit, he was all alone. Without hesitation, propelled by a blend of love and desperation, Ivy sprinted toward Killian, her boots striking against the cold stone with muted echoes in the cursed silence of the dome. Tenzin's eyes snapped open. He commanded, "Stop her!" But his monstrous guardians, creatures once obedient to his every whim, remained inert, their forms quaking with euphoric absorption in the dark energies spiraling through the dome, their ears deaf to all but the spectral whispers caressing their damned souls. Kieran comprehended Ivy's plan. In a brief moment, he was able to grasp her innate desire to guard her people. Ivy and Killian had the same pack mentality, wherein Ivy's protective drive was superior to Killian's. Had it not been for their souls being connected, Kieran could not think of any better representation of soulmates than the two of them. Ivy immediately went to Killian, who, although standing, wasn't in control of his body or mind. What astonished Kieran was the trust Ivy placed in him to cover her back without prior discussion. Kieran's hand instinctively went to the gun at his side, fingers wrapping around the cool handle of the weapon laden with mystical silver bullets. A killer of supernatural beings. But then Kieran remembered. Tenzin, as malicious and vile as he was still very much human. Kieran slid the gun back into its holster, instead opting for a knife. If Tenzin was human, using the silver bullet gun would be a waste. A knife would work just as well on both humans and supernaturals with precision. Kieran marched up to Tenzin, positioning himself as if ready to pounce at any moment. Tenzin had to know that between himself and Ivy, Kieran was better poised to inflict more immediate damage. They were both on the same page there. Tenzin devoted all his attention to Kieran's actions, leaving Ivy to her own devices. Kieran moved forward, tightening his grip around the knife. Tenzin, a smirk twisting his malicious features, flicked his fingers, and a serpent appeared, its ghostly scales slithering sinuously toward Kieran. Kieran had ophidiophobia, and simple distractions like this could push him off balance. Kieran's eyes snapped toward the apparition for a brief second, acknowledging the threat, but he immediately refocused on Tenzin. It was just enough time for Tenzin to flick his wrist, sending a stream of needle-like darts through the air toward him. Kieran ducked, narrowly avoiding the deadly skewers. Then, with an arm powered by a lifetime of combat training, he hurled the knife at Tenzin, intending to pull his gun and follow with a silver bullet. But something was wrong. The knife sailed right through Tenzin's form. The Tenzin in front of him was an illusion. Kieran's eyes widened a fraction in disbelief, and then, with a terrifying realization, he pivoted sharply, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. But it was too late. The real Tenzin had materialized beside him, impossibly close, eyes ablaze with dark, twisted satisfaction, and fangs unsheathed. Kieran barely had time to register the glinting. He knew it would only take half a second for those elongated teeth to find their mark in his jugular. With a sharp intake of breath, Kieran braced himself for the inevitable attack. Chapter 4. Killian fought through the murky shadows that shrouded his consciousness, an urgent voice threading through the darkness. Ivy. Her soft murmurings echoed in the cavernous spaces of his mind, tendrils of warmth spreading across his battered face as her magic seeped into him. He was barely hanging on, the absence of his wolf a gaping emptiness within. The demon inside him twisted and coiled, eager to exploit the void, yet Killian tethered it back, unwilling to allow it dominion. His eyelids, as heavy as stone, quivered, then slowly lifted. A blurry image sharpened as he found Ivy, tear-streaked face yet resolute, her hands bathed in a soft celestial light as they hovered over him. Her lips moved in a cadence of ancient words, her eyes locked onto his with ferocious intensity. Then he began to drift away once again. Kieran's pain was searing and palpable, followed by Ivy's desperate plea. "Wake up, Killian, come back to me. You're stronger than this." Her voice echoed. He tried. Maybe he had not tried hard enough. Ivy's magic pulsated again, a tidal wave of healing energy cascading through his veins, every cell revitalizing, emboldening him. He blinked, clarity piercing through the fog in his mind, and the horrific tableau unfolded before him. His wolf howled, and that had given him a strong jolt. His eyes snapped open, and his mind's eyes had registered the danger before he completely regained his consciousness. His body moved. He sidestepped Ivy, leapt in the air, and off the raised platform toward Siren, who had fallen to the floor. Tenzin, fangs still extended, blood dripping from the tips, looked up at Killian. A flash of surprise crossed Tenzin's face as he staggered back, but it was not enough to get out of Killian's grip. Rage surged inside Killian like a tidal wave. The fury was so great that Killian could tear Tenzin's body in half with his bare hands. His wolf had returned to his body and was equally incensed. Killian wanted to shift right then and sink his fangs into Tenzin's vein, just as he did to Kieran. Then he saw a flash of unusual shade in Tenzin's eyes. Anticipation. Why? Killian's hands grabbed at Tenzin's neck, lifting him off the ground. "You want me to bite you, Tenzin? You want me to inject my blood into your veins? I can inflict pain on you without giving you the blood you want." With that, Killian grabbed Tenzin's arm and swung his body in the air, before throwing him towards the entrance. The throw was so hard that the momentum ripped his arm from its socket. Tenzin howled in pain as he rolled on the floor, but he then surged up onto his feet and started running toward the entrance. Killian, muscles tense and mind aflame with the tableau of danger, wrestled with the urge to give chase, to enact the wrath simmering within. His gaze, however, lingered on the fallen form of Kieran. The urge to give chase vanished. Killian pivoted, dropping to his side, his hands cradling Kieran's head gently. Ivy was already there, a symphony of calming whispers and soothing magic emanating from her hands as they hovered above Kieran's still form. "How is he doing?" Killian asked. Ivy looked at him. "It's not venomous," she confirmed, her eyes never leaving Kieran's pale face. "Tenzin might be a vampire wannabe. He hasn't gotten there yet." The shock of the attack got Siren. The relief was immediate. An exhale he hadn't realized he'd been holding, now cascading from his lungs. Ivy's focus shifted, a cascade of healing energy flowing from her fingertips, washing over Kieran like a gentle wave caressing the shore. His eyelashes fluttered, the first signs of life since his collapse, and eyes, clouded with pain and confusion, flickered open. But the respite was short-lived. A deafening rumble tore through the temple, stone and debris cascading from above. Tenzin's final spiteful gift, an attempt to bury them within the temple. Killian swept Kieran's limp form over his shoulder and charged toward the entrance. Ivy was right by his side. The temple groaned, a lament of collapsing stone and shattering glass echoing in their wake. Behind them, a tumultuous roar, as if the very earth were splitting, the temple yielding to ruin and rage. Walls crumbled, pillars yielding to gravity's inexorable pull, and an explosion of dust and debris erupted behind them, chasing them into the encroaching night. They burst into the open, the night's chill a sharp contrast to the suffocating dust behind. The temple collapsed in on itself, a maelstrom of ancient stone and defeated magic, surrendering to entropy and vengeance. The debris settled like a mournful fog, shrouding the once grand structure in a veil of defeat and destruction. Killian, muscles aching and spirit wearied, lowered Kieran gently to the ground. Kieran smiled weakly. "Is this too late to tell you I can walk by myself?" "You're a fucking prick," Killian said. "I've got bitten because of you. Now you bitch because you had to carry me for 2 steps. Kieran sat up, groggily scanning the ground with his eyes. "I don't think Tenzin's done with us," Ivy muttered, as they all heard the rumbling sound of disaster coming their way. From a distance, the shadow of the impossibly reformed Tenzin emerged ominously behind a behemoth of a snowball, rapidly descending, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. "Run!" Killian shouted. They charged for their lives, hurtling through the snow-blanketed ground, running toward the general direction out of the mountain range. As Killian pumped his legs, his eyes flicked to Ivy, her face a mask of determined concentration, hands hurling desperate sparks of magic at the rolling death. "It'll only slow you down, Ivy. Just run," Killian said to Ivy. He cast a glance over his shoulder, Tenzin's dark magic propelling the destructive sphere ever closer, an enormous tidal wave of ice and doom. Tenzin was chasing them with an avalanche. "I'm not running from this motherfucker," Kieran declared as he stopped in his tracks. It was a calculated risk Killian knew Kieran would take, and it could work, so he let him take the lead. A thunderstrike erupted from the sky, hitting the giant snowball and shattering it into snow dust. Ciaran staggered back a step with Ivy right behind him, her palms bracing his back. They had been through this several times before. Kieran could draw energy and will it into an electrical discharge that would strike down upon his target without much effort. He didn't understand how it worked and why he got the power, but as long as he didn't have to control its magnitude or direction, the power would merely deflect off of him onto whatever he wanted. However, if further control was needed, the borrowed strength would injure him. Kieran's last attempt in the underworld almost cost him his life. Ivy was there in case any healing magic became necessary. But with Ivy on standby with healing magic, they were unstoppable. "I'm fine, but he's not," Kieran said, looking upon the shadow of Tenzin thrown away like a rag doll by his own snow weapon. "We have to keep moving," Killian declared. "Until I see his lifeless body, I don't think he'll ever let us go." "Why did you even approach him in the first place, apart from what Ivy has told me?" Kieran asked as the three of them scurried away from the mountains. "He, or whoever he's working with, knows about our significant issue, Ciaran." Kieran's gaze hardened. "Are you sure?" "Positive." Ivy waved her arms in the air. "Hello, I'm standing right here, part of this pack, you know. Do you need to be so cryptic?" Killian looked at her. She was correct. Not only she was family, she was his soulmate. "The reason that our family split between shifters and non-shifters is one of our painful and ugly problems, Ivy." "Blood-fused related?" Ivy asked. Killian nodded. "It could be. I don't mean to withhold information from you, Ivy, but we really don't know." Kieran added, "If we knew, we could have sorted it out, or at least not let it come back and bite us." "Why just the two of you working on this? Don't you have an extended family? Like you run a global conglomerate and all?" Kieran chuckled. "That is precisely why the family exists. They run the normal business so that we can concentrate on digging into our mysterious past. They had to pass a narrow path to reach the open plateau where the helicopter was parked, waiting." Killian could make out the chopper's silhouette and the muffled thrumming of its blades in the distance. "How did they know we were coming?" Killian asked. "I messaged them," Kieran said. "Psychically? I didn't see you call." Ivy said. Kieran chuckled. "I wish I had that psychic ability, Ivy." He tapped his wristwatch. "It's still a prototype, but it's better than a phone and it works on our private satellite network. You can think of this as a supercomputer the size of a Fitbit." As they prepared to leave the narrow path, a huge boulder dislodged above them, barreling down with lethal force. This was Tenzin's doing. Killian realized that even if they managed to flee from this rock, there would be another disaster waiting for them right then and there, and that would be the fatal blow. He was familiar with this combat technique. The large boulder was meant to capture their attention. When they solely focused on getting out of the way of the boulder, they wouldn't have enough time to avoid whatever hit them on the other side. He knew Ivy and Kieran had the same thoughts as him. Neither lunged forward to avoid the boulder. But what were their choices? Remaining still and be crushed beneath it? A cascade of pebbles showered down upon them as the boulder thundered closer, inexorable in its deadly descent. Ivy, Killian, and Kieran were pinned, the impassable walls of the path locking them into the boulder's path with morbid certainty. Just as the shadow of the monolith eclipsed them, a radiant glow, silvery and imperious, materialized between them and their doom. The boulder halted, suspended mere inches from them, its massive girth held back by an ethereal hand, graceful yet impossibly strong. Killian's eyes were drawn to her, a celestial figure robed in luminescence, with eyes that bore into them with a wisdom ancient and untouchable. Selene, the goddess, stood between them and certain death. "Selene," Ivy said. With a gentle wave of her other hand, the boulder imploded into a cloud of dust and rubble, harmless pebbles falling to their feet. A tangible relief shuddered through Killian, yet it was sharply undercut by the unpredictability of divine intervention. Selene's eyes, soft yet stern, lingered on Ivy, a mixture of maternal concern and sovereign authority emanating from her. In the same breath, Selene's hand arched upward, ethereal tendrils of light spiraling outward into the night. Tenzin, propelled against his will, was drawn toward her, his form suspended helplessly before the Selene. Selene's grasp tightened around his neck, her demeanor unyielding as he clawed futilely against her hold. A strangled plea escaped him, his voice a desperate rasp. "They attacked me first." "That's totally bullshit," Killian retorted. "I came to you asking for a returned favor, and this is what I get for saving your life." Ivy raised a hand. "I vouch for Killian. He has far more important tasks than coming here to be drugged and then crushed by a boulder." Tenzin kicked his legs and questioned, "You're his woman. Your word doesn't count." Selene smiled, a slow, mysterious expression that sent a chill up anyone's spine when they saw it. "Tenzin, do I look like I care for your reasoning? You know who I am, so you should know that the second you dare to harm my people, you are on my bad books." Ivy's voice sliced through the tense air, sharp and unwavering. "He cannot be trusted, Selene. He is deceived and betrayed at every turn." Tenzin's eyes widened, desperately darting between the three of them and Selene. Selene's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Tenzin, her voice like a thunderbolt that shook the foundations of the ground around them. "I have no faith in you, Tenzin." She glanced at Killian and Kieran. "And I have none in either of you two. But Ivy," her tone softened, conveying an invisible bond between goddess and human. "You are the one I need to protect." Ivy locked eyes with Selene. "Killian and Kieran are my family now. We're pack. I won't accept your protection unless you include them too." Selene shrugged. "It doesn't matter to me whether these boys live or die. So if this will make our relationship better, I'm willing to offer them my protection as well, Ivy." Ivy nodded but said nothing further. Selene frowned. "You don't trust me at all, do you, Ivy?" "Yes, I do," she replied quickly. Killian inwardly cringed. It had been too fast for Selena to believe her. He was going to need to have Kieran teach Ivy a thing or two about playing mind games after all this was done. Selena shook her head. "Just so you feel assured, I'll tell you the truth. I asked you to look for a chest in the LeBlanc secret vault, but that's no longer the case. Samuel confirmed to me that your blood and Killian's were mixed. That means we're looking for a different LeBlancs. Did you hurt my father to get this information out of him? First of all, Samuel isn't actually your father. He merely gave you a drop of his blood. Second, no, I didn't need to hurt him to get the information. He gave it to me willingly. Ivy nodded. Does that mean we can go now? Yes, you may go. I will finish him off, Selena replied firmly, her right fist clenching as if she were trying to crush Tenzin's life force out of existence with an invisible grip. He hung in midair, thrashing and struggling to break free from Selena's grasp. You're making a mistake. They're the LeBlancs you're looking for, Tenzin cried out. Killian, Ivy, and Kieran hastened along the path toward the helicopter. At last, they reached the exit of the tight passageway and could just make out the chopper in the far distance. But before they could move any closer, Celine's voice called behind them. Wait, she said. Killian felt dread wash over him as he looked toward the chopper again. It was too far away. Even if they made a break for it, there was no use. Celine had the power to appear wherever she wanted. The trio stopped and slowly spun around. Chapter 5. Ivy's heart raced as she heard Celine. This can't be good news. Celine's voice, though a mere whisper, seemed to echo through the silent mountainside. Tenzin claims he was hired to dig into the LeBlanc family, your future family, Ivy, specifically about someone named Alexandre. Tenzin bellowed in agony, grasping his wounded shoulder where Killian had forcefully removed his arm. It's them! He's one of them! He screamed through gritted teeth. Celine flicked right palm. Tenzin passed out on the ground. Ivy manufactured a smile. Finally, we have some peace and tranquility. Who is Alexandre? A cruel smile played on Selena's lips. It's better you don't know. But understand this. I will kill anyone who stands between me and him. Karen frowned. There is no Alexandra in our family. Are you sure? Selene smiled at Karen. I'm the head of the non-shifter side of our family, so yes, I am certain. My responsibility is to know exactly who are one of us and who are not. Killian nodded. It's the same with the pack. No one has that name. Selena's eyes narrowed. Why, then, would Tenzin make such a claim? Killian suggested, his voice unwavering. He's stalling, trying to buy time. A desperate man will say anything to survive a moment longer. Ivy offered, I could draw a card for you, Selene. If you're looking for someone, the cards can guide you. The goddess scoffed. I have no faith in such tricks. Kieran carefully removed his wristwatch, holding it towards Selene. You don't have to take our words, but you can trust technology, he offered. The goddess looked at the watch with suspicion. Do you want me to talk to a bracelet? You could call it a bracelet if you like, but it holds the wisdom of the human world. It can tell you what the humans know about you as a goddess. I don't know anything about your divine world. But if your concern is about our family history, then just ask it. Selene frowned. Bracelet. There was no response. Kieran suggested, you might want to try addressing it as computer. Selene nodded in agreement. Computer, I'm Selene. I'm a goddess. What do humans know about me? It is an honor to meet you, Goddess Selene. Humans know that you often hailed in myth and tale as one of the most enchanting deities of the Greek pantheon. Known for your immaculate beauty and a luminous aura that rivals the moon you govern, you have inspired human poets, artists, and dreamers for millennia. Your love stories, particularly with Endymion, are often cited as epitomes of passionate and unyielding love. The mere sight of your chariot drawing the moon across the night sky has been a symbol of hope, love, and illumination in darkness for countless generations. Selene smiled. Ivy could tell she was pleased with what she heard. Then the computer continued. In some legends, people were told you are so enthralled by your mortal lover that she chose to cast him into eternal slumber, essentially stripping him of choice and agency to ensure he remains ageless and hers forever. That's enough. Selene halted the machine from uttering any more words. I'm not sure why you're asking it to judge my love. It's a machine, it's not judging you, Selene, Kieran reassured her. It merely reports the data. I'm saying it only provides unbiased facts. My point is, you can ask it about our family tree. Selene nodded in agreement. All right, computer. Tell me where Alexandra is. I apologize. Your search criteria is too broad. There are many humans with that name. What is it saying? Selene's eyes clouded with irritation. It needs more specific information, Selene, Ivy explained. Selene bared her teeth in a low growl, her eyes narrowing as she pressed the figure before her. Is Alexandra LeBlanc related to Kieran and Killian LeBlanc? Aaron LeBlanc and Killian LeBlanc are indeed connected by blood, but there is no record of an Alexandra with that same family name. How far in the past does this line trace back? I can provide a detailed lineage reaching all the way back to the 11th century. Would you like for me to compile a list of them and send it to you? No need, Selene snarled. Just tell me which families currently contain an Alexandri computer. Certainly. Would you like to start with records of deceased or alive individuals? Selene looked at Ivy, then back at the watch. She didn't look as if she knew the answer. I don't know if he's dead or alive. The watch hummed for half a second. Which age group would you like me to start listing? Selene glanced back at Ivy, then again to the machine. Siren cleared his throat. It should be obvious to you now that Alexandri is not a part of our family. I'd be happy to gift you this watch so that you may search further, but we must leave now. Selene examined the watch and shook her head. I am aware I cannot use it without your assistance, but I have no intention to let you two boys accompany me into my realm. Still, I can take Ivy. It is safer for her to be with me. Killian stepped forward in front of Ivy. She is my mate. I can't allow you to take her away. Selene chuckled. Ah, so I heard. You rescued her from the depths of the underworld, far away from Samuel's grasp. Well done indeed. But isn't this precisely why you came here? Seeking help from that disgraced monk working for a lower-level deities? As if on cue when Selene mentioned him, Tenzin grumbled groggily as he sat up on the ground, panting. Ivy stepped forward, but Killian, once more, stepped between her and Selene. He was too tall. He blocked Ivy's view of Selene and Tenzin. None of us is going to go with you, Selene. We can take care for Ivy, Killian said. Ivy stepped aside as Killian moved out of the way. As her view cleared, she saw Tenzin standing up behind Selene. He was still missing an arm and his shoulder wound was gone, yet he didn't seem to be in pain anymore. He hunched and lunged forward. Duck! Ivy shouted to Selene. Without hesitation, Kieran drew his gun and pulled the trigger at Tenzin's head. His cranium burst apart, splattering a grisly scene as his body crashed onto the ground. Its spasms died out almost immediately, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Ivy watched as Tenzin's soul drifted away from his corpse and vanished into nothingness. Selene gave an amused smirk. If that was your way of trying to save me, then thank you, although it was unnecessary. He was merely mortal. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't harm someone with my divine powers. Killian shook his head. We have no intention of getting involved with the divine business. You had already gotten involved the moment you tried to take Ivy away from Samuel. She is my soulmate. Would you rather I let her be held captive in the underworld? Whether or not Ivy accepts a relationship with you, you and she are related. If you care for her, then let her stay with us. She was born and raised among humans and the supernatural community in this realm. You can't offer her what we have. I can speak for myself, Killian. Ivy glared at him. Ivy stepped forward. I appreciate your concern, Selene, but I belong here, with Killian and Kieran. There are things that need to be settled, enemies that need to be faced. Celine scrutinized her with an inscrutable gaze. A moment passed, and then, with a graceful nod, she conceded, "Very well. I shall respect your wishes, Ivy." With a flourish of her moonlit cloak, Celine disappeared into the night sky, leaving the trio in an eerie silence that lingered heavily. Kieran, his expression contemplative, ushered Killian and Ivy towards the chopper. As they approached, a sense of foreboding clutched at Ivy's heart, her eyes falling upon the lifeless body of their pilot. Gasping, she hurried to his side, kneeling and whispering a gentle apology to his spirit. Kieran sighed, glancing warily towards the mountains. "It must have been Tenzin. When he couldn't get to us due to your protective spell, Ivy, he targeted the chopper driver." His words hung heavily in the air as they all boarded the chopper, Kieran assuming the role of the pilot. The engine roared to life and they ascended, leaving behind the sinister depths of the wilderness. In the uneasy tranquility that enveloped the cabin, Ivy murmured, "When Tenzin attacked earlier, he lunged at you, Kieran, not Celine or Killian." His knuckles whitened around the controls. "Why would he want me?" "I'm not sure," Ivy admitted, her voice laced with a thread of trepidation. "But I sense an intense hunger in him, an insatiable need for something more, something specific." Killian, his eyes focused on the receding ground below, added, "At least we managed to eliminate Selena's suspicion about Alexandra for now. It's certain that the Alexandra she's searching for doesn't belong to our family." Kieran's voice cut through the low hum of the chopper, his words laden with an unspoken concern. "I'm not sure we've cleared anything, Killian." Ivy turned to him, her eyes probing. "What do you mean?" Kieran's expression tightened. "Before letting Celine ask the watch any questions, I coded it to give a negative response to any inquiry related to the name Alexandra LeBlanc. So the answer she received was predetermined by me, not the truth." Killian's eyes narrowed, his gaze locking onto Kieran. "You did what?" Ivy's heart skipped a beat, an unsettling chill creeping into her veins. "So we don't know if Alexandra is connected to our family or not. Until I get the chance to do proper research myself, we won't know anything for sure," Kieran confirmed, his voice grim. They exchanged anxious glances, the chopper slicing through the darkened skies, taking them away from the immediate danger, but propelling them into a future veiled with uncertainties and secrets. With a gentle lurch, the chopper ascended into the enigmatic abyss of the night. Killian enveloped Ivy into his comforting arms, his scent, a blend of earth and forest, cocooned her within a reassuring tranquility. Her eyelids, heavy with an unseen burden, surrendered to the weight, and as her conscious mind slipped into oblivion, a dark, boundless space embraced her. Ivy found herself in an unnervingly familiar, gothic and desolate street. Her calls resonated through the cobbled paths, disappearing into the spectral mist enveloping the sinister darkness. Drawn towards a faint, eerie glow, she gravitated towards an ancient inn that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The sign on the inn read, "The Hanged Man Inn." Realization struck Ivy's mind. This was the inn in the between world that Kieran and she had come to rescue Killian from before. Her footsteps reverberated ominously as she pushed open the weather-beaten door, revealing an interior draped in an eerie, dim light. There, perched by the mantel of a smoldering fireplace, was Sable, the witch who'd aided Killian in the past. Her eyes, ancient and inscrutable, locked onto Ivy, a cryptic smile forming on her ageless face. "Welcome, Ivy," the witch greeted, her voice a harmony intertwined with melancholy and foreboding. "We've been expecting your arrival." Ivy, engulfed by a combination of dread and curiosity, approached cautiously. "There is someone you should meet, particularly now that you're part of the LeBlanc family." Ivy snorted. "I don't remember announcing this news on social media. How could it spread so fast?" The witch gestured toward a shadowy corner of the inn. Emerging from the velvety darkness was a man, elegant, yet harboring an abyss of sorrow and malevolence within his eyes. The hair behind Ivy's neck stood up, but she didn't want to confirm her suspicion. "I'm Alexandra LeBlanc. Welcome to the family, Ivy." The man gracefully took Ivy's hand, planting a gentle kiss upon it. A searing pain, both physical and metaphysical, surged through her at the point of contact, igniting a maelstrom of images and emotions within her soul. Ouch! With a sharp intake of breath, Ivy jolted awake. She was back in the safety of the chopper, protected by Killian's embrace, away from the phantasmal inn and Alexandra. Her heart raced and her skin glowed with a sheen of cold sweat under the chopper's dim light. It was just a dream, Ivy whispered to herself. If it was a wet dream, I hope I was in it. Killian planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. She snorted in response. After you left me at the sanctuary, you think I'd let you into my wet dreams? I'm sorry, we have to talk about this. I can explain, then you can do whatever it is that you want with me. Be careful what you promise, Killian. I can come up with all sorts of torture you've never heard of. As her fingers subconsciously grazed her hand, they brushed against a tender spot, compelling her gaze downwards. There, on her pale skin, a vivid red mark blossomed precisely where Alexandra's lips had touched her in the dream, or whatever that encounter had been. "What is this?" Killian asked as he gently touched the red mark. "I must have bumped into something when we were crossing the stone path." Chapter 6. Kieran's call had barely ended when Viv's exuberant shout echoed through the sanctuary. "Hell yeah, he's gonna get me the weirdest Aussie thing he can find at the airport." Nina was slightly disheartened when Ivy stayed quiet during the call, yet they were in mid-flight at the time. Kieran kept his words brief, as he didn't want to entertain the possibility that their call might be intercepted. They were arriving at Melbourne Airport instead of the private airfield from which they had departed. Looking at Viv, Nina couldn't help but smile. The 14-year-old's enthusiasm was radiating throughout the room. The young druid had formed a genuine connection with the sanctuary, with the pack, and especially with Kieran. Nina pondered what kind of life Viv had before she escaped from her clan. "Watch your language, young lady," Damien cautioned gently, an amused smirk making his rebuke less severe. His gaze lingered on Viv, observing her without commenting. He was beginning to understand how the pack worked. Being Killian's protege carried a heavy burden. Nina could discern that Damien relished this role. He didn't choose to be turned into a werewolf, but when it happened, he accepted the new life as a wolf shifter, taking in all the good, bad, and ugly of the pack lifestyle. Nina leaned nonchalantly against the wall, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. "Define weird, Viv. He might bring you a live kangaroo. Remember, he's British. For him, the roos are exotic." Viv snorted, trying to disguise the anxiousness in her eyes with a glint of mischief. "If he does, I'm going to name it after you, Nina." Damien interjected, "Okay, ladies, we have a lot of work to do before they arrive. Viv, can I get your help?" "I'm fucking peachy, Damien. I'm not sure what that means," he chuckled, "but I guess it's a yes." "That's a yes, sir," she joked mockingly with a salute. "We need you to watch the pet. Nina and I have to oversee the Alpha Challenge, which will take place outside the sanctuary. Though it's close enough, there could be a lot of strange shifters around that might make the pet anxious." Viv glanced at the pixies, the puppy husky, Snuggleworth, the brown cavoodle, and Samba the cat before turning back to Damien. "Can I play with them? I'll pay you if you let me." Damien chuckled. "You don't have any money, Viv. So, can you take care of these animals?" "Fuh." Damien wagged a finger. "I'll tell Kieran if you use another foul word. You know he doesn't put up with that." Nina smiled at Viv. "Damien is just kidding. He wouldn't rat on you, but surely you know Kieran likes fancy speeches." "He sure does talk well." "All right, fine. I'll look after the pets." Without another word, Viv carried the beloved pets out to the backyard. Viv was in her element around animals. Taking care of them was more of a joy than a chore for her. As serenity returned to the room, Nina eyed Damien. There was a fleeting trace of weariness in his gaze, only to disappear just as quickly as it came. She knew that the energy from his wolf shifter side had made him strong, especially since he now had Killian's blood running through his veins. But it was the mental exhaustion that she saw. Have you thought about what kind of challenges to add to the pre-event? I'm sure there's something to drag this out for at least another day or two. I can help you with that. Damien sighed, his gaze heavy with concern, yet masked by the unwavering calm that had become a hallmark of his leadership. I've considered a few options, extending some challenges, adding new ones, but every change I make draws more attention and criticism, especially from Lachlan and his followers. Lachlan doesn't have many followers, Damien. He's barely part of the pack. He nodded. You're right. It's his father's camp that I'm referring to. Nina nodded. She had met Merrick Drury once, and that encounter hadn't exactly left a good impression with her. Killian said Merrick was here even before Killian's father joined the pack, she said warily. There must be a reason he never asked his son to get involved until now. Damien shrugged. Maybe he's still not asking. Lachlan just works his way in. If Lachlan has his father's support, he wouldn't need to sign up with Adam, correct? Nina nodded. True. Why don't we use Lachlan's arrogance against him? Let him think he's gaining the upper hand while you're orchestrating everything behind the scenes. I'm not sure if he'll fall for the trap. Lachlan has his reasons to be arrogant, Nina. Killian saw something in me, believed in me. But I didn't earn this deputy position through challenge and combat. Sometimes I can't help but feel like a placeholder. She stepped closer, placing a gentle, supportive hand on his arm. Damien, you're here because you have the strength, wisdom, and compassion that this pack needs. That's earning it in my book. She lifted her hand, gracefully pushing the lock of hair away from his forehead. Staring deeply into his emerald green eyes, she stood on the tips of her toes and leaned in for a passionate kiss. But before their lips could meet, the intercom buzzed. The crackling voice through the sanctuary's announcement system declared a visitor for Viv, waiting at the gate. Damien switched on the screen. On the intercom, he saw a man in his 50s, his gray hair cascading down in thick waves, partially pulled back in a braided tail. His skin, although etched with lines and wrinkles, had an inherent vitality to it, like old leather worn smooth over time. Piercing green eyes, which held the wisdom of many years and countless secrets, stared intently into the camera. He was adorned in a blend of traditional and modern attire, a long dark coat with Celtic embroidery and a modern shirt underneath. An intricately carved wooden staff, hinting at his druid lineage, rested beside him. My name is Eamon O'Connell. His voice was as deep and rich as old wood. I'm a member of the Druid clan. I'm here to see Vivian. Nina peered through the small window and saw Viv in the backyard. The animals, sensing the tense atmosphere, circled her nervously. Although there was a distance between them, Nina could feel the unmistakable energy of mage magic emanating from the gate's direction. Viv couldn't possibly make out the words coming through the intercom, but Viv stared back at Nina, questioning. Nina shivered slightly. While she was born a mage and had some understanding of magic, this particular energy was foreign and powerful. Viv seemed even more attuned to it. She stood rooted, her gaze intense, her body rigid. It looked as though she was struggling against the force pulling her toward the gate. Don't open the gate, Damien. Something's wrong. Nina's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, aware of the gravity of the situation. Nina scrambled out the backyard. As she approached, Viv's fury suddenly boiled over. He doesn't have the right, she bellowed. Viv, what right doesn't he have? Tell me! Viv raised her hands, casting a spell toward the gate. A streak of blinding blue light shot out, igniting the surroundings. The pets, already on edge, went into a frenzy. The atmosphere in the yard was thick with tension, and Nina could feel the push and pull of energies, clashing and merging. "Viv!" she screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the chaos. Damien's voice, urgent and panicked, called from inside the house. "Nina, I need you here now. Lachlan's at the gate and he's threatening Eamon." Nina was torn. Viv was obviously in distress, but Damien needed her support at the gate. Taking a deep breath, she tried to center herself, focusing on the magical energy within her. "Lachlan can wait. Handle him, Damien," she shot back. Turning her full attention to Viv, she approached cautiously, trying to calm the frantic energy around them. But Viv, sensing her approach, whirled around. Her eyes flashed with a mix of anger and fear. Without uttering a word, she dashed towards the fence line. Nina's heart raced. The lands beyond the fence weren't just treacherous, but also fraught with magical dangers. And with the chaotic energy that Viv had just released, there was no telling what they might encounter. She sprinted after Viv, but was stopped in her tracks as she felt another surge of mage magic. This one was different, more controlled and yet equally potent. It was coming from the direction of the gate, from Eamon. As she approached the edge of the fence, the surrounding environment shifted. The ambient noises faded, replaced by an eerie silence, and she could see the faint silhouette of Viv entering the ominous, cursed wood. She was heading straight into its depths, and Nina knew the dangers that lurked within. Standing at the edge of the sanctuary, she took a moment to gather her strength, preparing to dive into the thick of both magical and emotional turmoil. The heavy, rhythmic beat of her heart was all Viv could hear as she sprinted through the woods. The light filtering through the dense canopy dappled her path, making it hard to discern the trail ahead. Every shadow and every rustle felt ominous, but she pushed onwards. She had been in worse situations, faced darker woods, and faced more menacing predators. Though she had a vague recollection about warnings of the cursed wood, at this moment, its foreboding history was a distant memory. All she could focus on was the urge to distance herself from Eamon and the past he represented. Her feet pounded against the ground, each step taking her further from the sanctuary and the life she had come to cherish there. Without realizing, a tear slid down her cheek. Viv didn't cry. She had navigated through the treacherous terrains of the magical world, outsmarted the sharpest of hunters, and survived years on the run without shedding a single tear. But now, thoughts of Kieran, Killian, and the pack she'd grown to love began to blur her vision. She remembered the warmth of the sanctuary, the laughter, and the security she felt in Kieran's presence. It was the only place that had felt like home in years. She thought of her mother's last words, urging her to stay away from attachments. And yet here she was, running from one of her deepest fears, but also yearning for the pack that had become her family. Lost in her thoughts, she barely registered the figure that stepped out from behind a thick tree trunk. Her heart, already pounding from her run, now threatened to burst out of her chest. It was Eamon. Somehow he was here, amidst the cursed wood, looking as if he had been waiting for her. Years had passed, yet he looked almost unchanged. His intense gaze bore into her, and in that split second, all the memories of her time with the clan, of her time with him, flooded back. "Where did you think you could go, Vivian?" His voice was soft but held an edge that made her skin crawl. She took a shaky breath, trying to muster the courage she always prided herself on. "Anywhere but back to you and the clan," she shot back defiantly. Eamon stepped closer, the distance between them now just a few feet, the weight of his presence, the energy of the woods, and her own tumultuous emotions combined to create a suffocating atmosphere. "There's nowhere for you to run," he whispered, his eyes never leaving hers. "You may have evaded me for years, but now we finish what was started." Viv's chest heaved as if it was going to explode. She was unsure of what the future might hold, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. Chapter 7. The moist, stagnant air carried a sickly sweet scent of rotting foliage, mingling with an underlying musk of age-old decay, made Kieran's skin crawl. The silence was thick, broken only by the distant whispers of trees, whose bark felt like the cold, clammy touch of the long dead. He was never one to be frightened easily, but the sense of not being in control of the situation was overwhelming. "Viv!" he called out, but the dense canopy absorbed his voice. Killian ran beside him, his wolf senses heightened, nostrils flaring with each inhalation. While Siren had many strengths, tracking someone purely by scent wasn't one of them. He depended heavily on Killian's wolf senses. "She went this way," Killian whispered, darting to the left. Kieran tried to focus on the path ahead, but his mind replayed the situation at the sanctuary. Damien and Nina told them that an unknown visitor had terrified Viv, causing her to run into these treacherous woods. Kieran tightened his grip on the silver bullet gun. Silver bullets could kill supernaturals if used correctly. As for humans, any bullet placed in the right places could kill. And for thugs who scared a 14-year-old enough to run into the dark woods, he wouldn't hesitate to donate any bullets he had at his disposal. They continued their frantic pace, the ground a blur beneath their feet. Suddenly, Killian halted. Kieran followed his gaze to a clearing ahead. There, silhouetted against the faint moonlight filtering through the trees, stood Viv and the visitor, Eamon. Without wasting a second, Kieran sprang into action, moving silently but swiftly toward the clearing. He felt as if an invisible fence barred him from getting any closer. Eamon's voice, though soft, held an unmistakable edge. "Where did you think you could go, Vivian?" Kieran was oblivious to magic, yet this seemed like some kind of defensive spell. Having Ivy join them might have been helpful, but she needed to remain at the house in case this pursuit was a distraction and their home came under attack. Killian began pacing the outskirts, scouring for an entryway. His bond with Ivy had bestowed him with some supernatural forces, and he was tapping into that energy now. Siren watched as Viv's eyes blazed with defiance. Her hands tightened into fists, and her body tensed. The air between them seemed to spark with energy as anger surged from both sides of the confrontation in the clearing. Siren glanced at Killian, their eyes locking in silent understanding. They needed to act, and fast. Utilizing the element of surprise, Kieran decided to create a diversion. He picked up a rock and threw it at a nearby tree. The loud crash and subsequent rustling distracted Eamon momentarily. Seizing the moment, Viv released a brilliant pulse of energy, temporarily weakening the barrier. That split-second break was all Killian needed. He lunged at Eamon, tackling him to the ground, while Kieran pulled Viv away, shielding her. The fight was brutal and swift. Kieran and Killian, using their combined strengths, managed to overpower Eamon, but not before the druid unleashed a final spell, sending them sprawling in different directions. This druid underestimates his skill, Kieran thought. He pivoted and rolled in one swift motion. Eamon was suddenly at gunpoint. The atmosphere in the clearing grew tenser as Kieran leveled his gun at Eamon. The weight of the weapon felt cold and heavy in his grasp, and every fiber of his being urged him to pull the trigger, to end the threat Eamon posed. The druid's defiant eyes met his, showing no fear, just a burning determination. But just as Kieran's finger twitched against the trigger, a soft whimper reached his ears. Turning slightly, he saw Viv, her eyes filled with tears, suppressing a cry. It wasn't fear and anger that Kieran saw, something else he couldn't explain. But whatever it was, pulling the trigger on the man in front of him could be a mistake that Kieran could not undo. "Do you want me to end him?" Kieran asked, keeping his gaze locked onto Viv's. Though the question was directed at her, internally he was battling with himself. He was certain she wouldn't want more blood on their hands, especially not in such a personal manner. Viv hesitated, her gaze darting between Kieran and Eamon. "No," she finally breathed, her voice breaking. Lowering his gun but keeping it ready, Kieran addressed Eamon. "Go. Leave this place and never return." "I won't leave without Vivian," Eamon said. Kieran's hand tightened around the gun, his patience quickly waning. "She's made her choice. I won't ask her again. This time, I'll put a bullet in your head." Eamon shot a final lingering look at Viv before slowly retreating into the depths of the cursed wood. The danger he posed wasn't entirely gone, but for now, they had a momentary reprieve. Kieran turned to Viv, pulling her into a protective embrace. "Are you all right?" She wiped away the tear from her cheek before giving a slight nod. Killian wrapped his arm protectively around her diminutive shoulders. "Let's get you home safe." As the door to Kieran's room at the sanctuary shut behind him, the dim glow from the lamps provided just enough light to reveal the rustic decor: exposed wooden beams, ancient tapestries, and a roaring fireplace. It felt both safe and isolated, a quiet chamber in the heart of a fortress. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, allowing himself the brief luxury of letting his guard down. But that peace lasted for 2 seconds before his thoughts circled back to Killian. He had witnessed the effects of the demon's blood coursing through his cousin. Killian had shown remarkable agility in the woods, his movements almost otherworldly. Yet with that power came an aggression, a lurking danger. Ivy was right, it was a double-edged sword. A slight push in the wrong direction, and the demon could take over. Killian's struggle with that balance was palpable. Lost in thought, a soft tapping sound pulled Siren from his reverie. He moved to the window, cautious, only to find Eamon's piercing eyes staring back at him. Eamon raised a hand, signaling peace. "I just need a minute of your time. If you can get in here whenever you want, what was the point of showing up at the gate to ask for Vivian before?" "I tracked her. I know of her general whereabouts, but I wasn't sure where the boundaries of your land were and what supernatural capabilities you may have on this property." Kieran nodded. "Fair enough, now that you know and are confident enough to get in here. What do you want?" "Anything except taking Vivian with you because she doesn't wish to go with you." Eamon inhaled deeply. "I am her father," he declared. Kieran snickered. "Why don't you say you're the King of England and she's a princess?" "How can I prove that to you?" Kieran leaned back in his chair and took a second to contemplate. He could see the potential connection between Viv and Eamon, and he figured it wouldn't be too difficult for him to help out if their biological bond proved true. But why would he hesitate to assist in father and daughter reuniting? Jealousy as a father? That was absurd. Ciaran took off his wristwatch, sliding out the small panel beneath with his thumb. He set it on the table. "If you press your thumb on this panel, the device will extract a sample of your DNA. This is the LeBlanc latest technology. We only use it for research and development. All I have to do is press my thumb on this and it can tell..." "You're not listening, Eamon. The data is your DNA, that which makes you, you. And it's the most private data one can have. Aren't you concerned I'm going to use it against you?" The man shrugged. "I need to convince you I'm Vivian's father, and I mean no harm to her. I'll do whatever it takes. Use the DNA thing all you like." "It's DNA, as in the 3 alphabetical letters." "All right, DNA then." His thumb hovered above the panel. "Wait, I assume you'll compare my DNA and Viv's DNA to see if they match, like in the ancient times when we used blood mixing." "You could say so, though what was done in the old times was mostly myth. What we do now is science." "I assume you asked Viv before taking her DNA sample?" Ciaran laughed. "Now we're talking. No, she asked to go with us to the underworld, and I took the sample to make the suit for her so she wouldn't get hurt when we cross realms." Eamon nodded and pressed his thumb on the metal panel. The watch hummed for a few seconds, then the test results appeared on the screen. Kieran glanced at it and put his watch back on. "So, what did it say?" "It seems you were telling the truth about your biological connection with Vivian. Still, that doesn't give you the right to force her into living a life she doesn't want." In the dim light, Eamon's face looked wearier, aged by years of searching and heartache. "You misunderstand," he began, his voice heavy with emotion. "I don't wish to force Vivian into anything, but our clan's heritage runs deep in her veins. With her connection to the magical world and the Druid legacy, she's far more powerful than she realizes." Kieran regarded Eamon suspiciously. "And what do you intend to do? Train her? Use her for your purposes?" Eamon looked pained. "All I want is to protect her, guide her. The power she possesses can be volatile, and without proper guidance, it could consume her. Our clan has a responsibility to safeguard such powers." "You abandoned her once," Kieran said pointedly. "Why should she trust you now?" Eamon's eyes glistened. "I didn't abandon her. I had to leave to protect her. The clan was in turmoil. Many sought to misuse Viv's powers, so I hid her away until I could cleanse the clan. Now that it's safe, I want to bring her back." Kieran took a step back, mulling over Eamon's words. "It's not your decision to make, nor mine. It's Viv's." "I know," Eamon admitted, "but she deserves to know the truth, all of it. About her mother, about our clan, about the magic within her." Kieran locked eyes with Eamon. What kind of magic? Is she magical or human? And if she is magical, how could she not know? "Kieran, I'll tell her everything, with you in attendance, of course. So, you see, you and her will have the information at the same time." "No, I respect your privacy and Viv's. I'm not her family." "So you don't know?" "Know what?" "She has been in hiding for a long time. I wouldn't be able to track her now if she hadn't cast that spell." Kieran nodded. "The gateway opening spell to the underworld." "No, not that one. The one she traded a life privilege for you as her father." "She did what?" Eamon sighed. "So you really didn't know. Do I need to fucking ask if I knew what went on down there? I was out for most of it." He nodded. "You must have suffered some major injury. Viv received a life reverse spell from a dark magic druid a long time ago. She can only use it to save her family, and it comes with a price." "What's the price?" Footsteps sounded down the corridor. Killian appeared at the door. Before Killian could leap at Eamon, Kieran said, "He's Viv's biological father. I verified. What do you need, Killian?" Killian eyed Eamon up and down, then returned to Kieran. "The pre-event of the Alpha Challenge is closing now, and we need to officially close it and welcome people to the main event. You don't have to engage in any activities there, right?" Killian locked eyes with him, conveying understanding. He was in no shape to control the demon if he got involved in a fight right now. "No, I won't get into any physical activity at the event, but if I don't turn up today, there will be turmoil." "Lachlan caused trouble?" Killian nodded. "Was that the one who threatened me at the gate?" Eamon asked. Killian nodded again. "He wants to create frictions in the pack. What do you need me to do?" Kieran asked. "I'll have to close the event. Ivy has to be with me as my mate, Damien has to be there as deputy, and Nina as his partner. So I'll stay here to watch over the sanctuary? That's the plan, right?" Killian shook his head. "My mother and Fiona are supposed to be here now, but Damien can't get a hold of them. Our calls won't go through and their vehicle isn't traceable. They're staying at a resort in Mornington Peninsula. I sent the address to your cell phone." Kieran quickly tapped away on his phone. "It'll be over 2 hours drive, so driving isn't an option. I'll take the chopper." "Thanks, Kieran." He shot a look at Eamon and returned his attention to Kieran. "I'm assuming you'll take Viv with you, right? She can't stay here by herself." Kieran nodded and moved purposefully out of the room, heading for the wing where Viv's room was located. He noticed Eamon lingering behind him. He wasn't thrilled by the idea of the druid shadowing him, but it was better than letting him wander around the sanctuary. Chapter 8. The atmosphere was electrifying. An arena naturally carved amidst the ancient trees lay bathed in silvery moonlight. The edges flickered with the warm glow of torches, casting dancing shadows on the forest floor. The air buzzed with anticipation, the scent of pine and wolf musk mingling. From her vantage point at the entrance, Ivy watched as junior wolves displayed their prowess, their agile forms darting and clashing in a dance of dominance and submission. The rhythm of their movements, the choreography of their strikes, it was like watching a primal ballet. A low growl to her left drew her attention. A young wolf, probably no older than 18 in human years, pinned another beneath him, baring his teeth. The subdued wolf tapped the ground thrice, signaling his submission. The victor released him, and both rose to 2 feet, shaking hands and exchanging good-natured laughs. "This is what it's all about," Nina whispered, standing close by. "Unity, respect, growth. You sound like a partner of the Deputy Alpha now, Nina." Ivy smiled. "Don't tell me you're not enjoying it." Nina chuckled. Ivy nodded, absorbing the scene. She'd been part of this world for only a short time, but the pack's traditions, their rituals, resonated with something deep inside her. "Ready to make an entrance?" Damien murmured, glancing back at Killian, who nodded. Taking a deep breath, Ivy intertwined her fingers with Killian's. The pack's reactions were unpredictable, but they faced everything together. It was their strength. As they stepped into the torchlight, the clearing fell silent. All eyes turned towards them, expressions varying from awe and respect to skepticism and suspicion. The whispers began, but amidst them all, one voice rang out clear and strong. "Lachlan," Nina murmured, a hint of annoyance evident in her voice. But Ivy was focused on Killian. This was his moment, his pack. She could feel the tension rolling off him, but he stood tall, unyielding, the embodiment of an alpha. The young wolves finished their showcase, gathering around to see their leader, their source of inspiration. Ivy squeezed Killian's hand, grounding him, reminding him of their bond. It was time for the alpha and his closest allies to address the pack, and nothing, not even Lachlan's sharp tongue, could take away from this moment's significance. Killian stepped forward, the torchlight emphasizing the chiseled angles of his face. His blue eyes, once a clear sky hue, now held faint streaks of molten gold, a reminder of the demon blood that flowed within him. "Pack," Killian began, his voice resonating deep and clear. "Tonight marks the end of our pre-event, a testament to our young wolves' strength and potential. It is the reflection of our shared history, our traditions, and the promise of our future. My father inherited this pack when we were but a shadow of what we are now, threatened, small, and intimidated by rival packs. Even though he wasn't born on this land, he embraced Kinneton as his true home, building everything you see from the ground up. I have been leading since I was a mere boy of 5, and every step I've taken has been in shoes much larger than my own." He paused, his eyes glistening with barely held back emotion. "Uncle Finn stood by my side through it all, giving every ounce of his being to this pack. He lived and died for Kinneton. After we lost him, there was no time for mourning, no respite from the challenges and the assaults. But despite everything, the spirit of the wolf, the undying loyalty of this pack, has always shone through." His voice grew stronger, more resonant. "My mother, a fierce protector, embraced the tiger shifter in her blood. That same blood courses through my veins. There are whispers that my blood isn't pure. I hear them. But remember this, it is our sacrifices, our shared history, and our mixed blood that makes us formidable. It makes us resilient. It makes us, Kinneton, a force to be reckoned with." The crowd was silent, hanging on to his every word. Killian continued, his gaze shifting to Damien, who stood tall and attentive. "And let's not forget Damien," he said with a nod in his direction. "Inexperienced in the world of packs when he first joined us? Absolutely, but don't mistake inexperience in one realm for a lack of prowess in another. The agility, flexibility, and the keen intellect he wielded in the business world now serve us in ways we never thought possible. With him at my side, our pack ventures into new territories, embracing challenges and reaping rewards. He smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes, and with Nina, his brilliant partner and our resident scientist, we have not only brains but heart. Her unwavering love for all creatures is commendable. And here's a fun fact for all of you. He winked. Nina used to be a devout cat person, but since joining our ranks, she's graciously extended her affections to include dogs in her extended pet family. Laughter rippled through the crowd, breaking the intensity of the moment. And now, he continued, voice softening, there's Ivy, my heart, my life partner, the woman I love with an intensity that consumes me. She doesn't possess the shifting ability, and why should she? She embodies strength, resilience, and a spirit that rivals any shifter. With her, our pack grows stronger. With her, I grow stronger. The blend of our bloodlines, the merging of our spirits, signifies the true power of unity. Kinniton has always thrived on diversity and unity, and that is what will always make us powerful. The assembly erupted in cheers, echoing Killian's sentiments of unity, strength, and the unyielding spirit of the Kinniton pack. Lachlan stepped forward, his voice dripping with disdain. Mixed blood can be a boon if it strengthens the pack. I'll grant you that. But mingling with dark magic, or worse, demon blood? That's a line we shouldn't cross. A collective murmur echoed through the crowd. Ivy felt Killian's muscles tense beside her. She could practically feel the adrenaline surging through him, threatening to send him into a frenzy. But somehow, he remained in control. For now. Merrick, a dignified senior council member with silver streaks running through his mane of hair, scowled at his son. Lachlan, you're out of line, he growled. Lachlan, undeterred, turned his icy stare back to Killian. Can you, Alpha, confirm your ties with a demon? Before Killian could answer, Damien stepped forward, his voice calm yet assertive. You do not have the rank to address Alpha Killian directly. I will respond on his behalf. Killian raised a hand, stopping Damien. Out of respect for Merrick, he said, locking eyes with Lachlan, I'll answer your question. Once. Yes, I have a connection with a demon. Whispers filled the air, and all eyes were on Killian, waiting for him to continue. Do you all remember Luca, my right-hand man before Damien? Killian paused, allowing the murmurs of recognition to ripple through the assembly. Luca was a demon in disguise. And yes, I took his life when his true nature was revealed. But not before we had established a bond, a friendship even. He turned his gaze to Merrick. In fact, Luca aided you on several missions, did he not? Merrick nodded slowly, clearly recalling the memories. Yes, he admitted. He was good for the pack. Had he not been a demon, he would have been a commendable partner. Killian continued, his voice steady. Does that make me poor at judging character? I don't believe so. I still hold that Luca was a good man, demon blood notwithstanding. The circumstances that led me to take his life were born from unnecessary conflicts between creatures, conflicts that should never have arisen. He took a deep breath, emphasizing his next words. Interspecies relationships can be beneficial for all involved. It's these mixtures, these blendings, that can make us stronger. As I said before, it's mixed blood that makes us powerful, not weak. Lachlan's eyes were stormy, his defiance evident. You think words will change what is felt in the blood, Alpha? What runs through our veins? His gaze was unwavering, a challenge evident in his stance. Merrick's growl was low and dangerous. Lachlan, you will leave. Now. But Lachlan didn't move. I challenge you, Killian, tomorrow at the main event. Damien chuckled. That's not how it works, Lachlan. You don't just get to challenge the Alpha. You'll have to fight your way up, beat every contender, and only then will you get a shot at Killian. A smirk appeared on Lachlan's face. That would be the case if I hadn't just entered today's pre-event. Nina's brow furrowed in confusion. Today's event is for juniors, Lachlan, and you certainly don't fit the bill. Lachlan pointed a finger at himself. By age? No, but by time with the pack? Definitely. I've been away for so long that my tenure here is lesser than most. Juniority is a matter of perspective. He looked over to the young wolf who had just emerged victorious from the earlier bout. "You there," Lachlan called out, pointing at the young wolf. "I challenge you." Merrick looked torn between fury and despair. His eyes met Killian's. "I apologize, Killian. I should have better guided him." The circle of wolves watched in tense anticipation. The young wolf, clearly outmatched, hesitated, fear evident in his eyes. Damien and Killian exchanged glances, wanting to intervene but bound by the unspoken rules of the pack. They couldn't interfere in a challenge. "I challenge you, Lachlan." Ivy stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. "You won't bully the young ones while I stand here." The crowd gasped. This was unprecedented. The partner of the alpha, a non-shifter, challenging a wolf? Everyone waited with bated breath, eager to see Lachlan's next move. Ivy's gaze locked onto Killian's as she braced herself for the challenge. The slight tightening of his jaw betrayed his disapproval, but the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. Ivy knew him well enough to discern the pride beneath his worry. Damien stepped forward, his protective instincts kicking in, but Ivy noticed Killian raise a hand subtly to stop him. The gesture was so slight, most might miss it. Damien hesitated, glancing between Ivy and Killian, and then reluctantly stepped back. Killian locked eyes with Ivy, nodding ever so slightly, silently communicating his trust in her abilities and decision. Turning to face Lachlan, Ivy's voice carried a hard edge. "Lachlan, by your own argument, I've spent the least amount of time with the pack. There's no need to be apprehensive about facing the alpha's lady in combat." Lachlan smirked, but Ivy continued, her voice dripping with confidence. "Fight me as a man. If you shift into your wolf, I'll unleash my magic. Ever been a cockroach? Because that's where you're headed if you make that choice. They disgust me, so it's fitting." Lachlan's eyes flashed with a mix of anger and amusement. But before he could respond, Ivy leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a sardonic whisper. "And trust me, you wouldn't want to see me angry. I can be quite the bitch when provoked." The last word lingered in the air, heavy with irony, as the pack watched in rapt attention. Ivy tilted her head, an amused glint in her eyes. "So, Lachlan, are you brave enough to face me? Don't worry, I promise to be gentle." His pride stung. Lachlan bared his teeth, lips pulling back in a fierce snarl. However, he held his ground, staying in his human form. As Ivy lunged at him, the atmosphere around the ring grew dense with tension. The onlookers, wolves of various ranks, watched with bated breath. Ivy's first move was a rapid spinning kick aimed at Lachlan's head, which he narrowly dodged. But Ivy had trained for years under Patrick's tutelage, mastering multiple martial arts disciplines. Her movements flowed seamlessly from one technique to another, each strike and defense perfectly executed. Lachlan, however, wasn't prepared for Ivy's speed and precision. She dodged his heavier blows with ease, her body moving like a dancer, each motion deliberate and lethal. At one point, Ivy ducked under a sweeping punch from Lachlan, grabbing his arm and using his own momentum against him to throw him over her shoulder onto the ground. The wind knocked out of him. Lachlan attempted to rise, but Ivy was already on the move. She delivered a series of swift jabs to his midsection, making him gasp and falter. With one final graceful spin, Ivy kicked Lachlan squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling backward into the dust. Silence enveloped the arena for a moment before erupting into cheers and howls from the pack members, thoroughly impressed by the display. Panting and covered in dirt, Lachlan pushed himself to his feet. His eyes held a mixture of respect, annoyance, and determination. "Well played," he gritted out. "But don't think this is over. I'll be back for the competition, and I'll fight my way from the very bottom to the top. I will face Killian." Ivy, composed and hardly out of breath, smirked. Then train hard, because if you face me again, you'll find that today was me being gentle. Lachlan slightly bowed. Until tomorrow, take care, lady of the house. Chapter 9. The steady hum of the chopper's rotor blades echoed in Kieran's ears as he maneuvered the aircraft through the expansive sky. As much as he wanted to focus on the scenery below, the undulating hills, the specks of houses, and the occasional glitter of water, his mind was elsewhere. Beside him, Viv had her gaze trained out of the window, taking in the view. She seemed lost in thought. Behind them, Eamon kept his own counsel, though Kieran could feel the weight of his presence, as if he was a living reminder of what was left unsaid. Kieran's thoughts circled around the events of the underworld mission. He'd almost lost his life, and the memory of that near-death experience was still fresh in his mind. But even more haunting was the knowledge that Viv had intervened somehow, and Eamon's words about Viv trading a spell to aid his recovery had unsettled him deeply. He knew of Ivy's potent healing powers. He had been on the receiving end of them before. But what if it wasn't solely Ivy's magic this time? What if Viv had done something, given up something precious, for his sake? He'd spent most of his life amassing wealth and power, and now, when confronted with the possibility that someone might have paid a significant price for his well-being, he felt helpless. He had always believed that with enough money he could solve any problem, mend any bridge. But deep down, he had a sinking feeling that this was not a debt he could repay with gold or silver. The silence in the chopper was palpable. The journey would only take 30 minutes, a window that seemed both too short and too long at the same time. Finally, unable to bear the weight of his thoughts any longer, he turned to Viv. "What spell did you use to revive me in the underworld?" he asked. She hesitated, her gaze drifting from the window to meet his. "Just a standard spell," she replied, her voice wavering slightly. From the corner of his eye, Kieran saw Eamon shake his head. He wasn't buying it. "Eamon has confirmed that he is your biological father. He has both responsibilities and rights to take care of you. I understand that you want to stay here with us. So if you do not give me all the information we need, I will not be able to build a case that staying here is in your best interests, Viv." Viv's face fell. Her eyes, normally so vibrant, looked cloudy and troubled. The weight of a secret, a truth kept hidden, was evident in her expression. "It's not that simple," she whispered, the pain evident in her voice. The hum of the chopper's rotors took a background hum as the conversation escalated between Kieran, Viv, and Eamon. Siren kept his gaze firmly on Viv, his voice soft yet firm. "I've faced a lot in my life, Viv. I've dealt with complicated matters once or twice, and you don't need to shield me from them. I just need the truth." Viv hesitated for a moment, her defiant gaze flicking away. "Ethan, the asshole we hired for the translations," she began with a huff. "Turns out he was playing his own twisted game." Kieran's lips curled into a half smirk. "Honestly, not a shocker." She crossed her arms, annoyance evident in her eyes. "When the jerk fell back there, I thought he was toast. I was pissed, okay? So I did the spell thinking I was helping. But no, it woke up that damn mummy and got you hurt. Later, when I bumped into Ethan in the underworld, I was livid. Dude tried to explain, but I wasn't having any of it. Sent his ass straight to oblivion." Eamon, who had been brooding in the background, interjected with a hard tone. "That's not the spell you used." Viv's face contorted with anger. "Who the hell are you to judge? You don't know shit about magic." He shot back, his face reddening. "I'm your goddamn father, Vivian. I've seen enough to know when you're screwing up. Your mother didn't throw everything away for this crap." Magic flared up around them, sparks sizzling in the confined space, threatening to mess with the chopper's controls. "Both of you, knock it off!" Kieran raised his voice, trying to stabilize the chopper amidst the emotional turmoil. "Viv, get a grip or we're all going down." She inhaled sharply, her features flushed from the confrontation. Fine, whatever. Viv, whatever isn't the information I'm looking for. Let me make it easier for you. Did you cast that spell to save me and Ethan was a casualty? Or did you want to cast Ethan away and use me as an excuse? It's not that simple. Then make it simple. Or do I need to ask your father to answer for you? He's not my father. Sentimentally, I don't know Viv, but biologically, science has confirmed. I don't give a crap about your science. Then give me an answer. Help me understand what you did in the underworld. Why and at what cost? Viv waved her arms in the air. Does this always have to be about money, Kieran? No. There are things more precious than money. Things money cannot buy. But a cost is a cost. It's a reality any grown-up has to deal with. Oh, no. Eamon's moan was audible. What is the problem, Eamon? Are those the women you are after? Eamon pointed down to a blaze of bonfire in the middle of the thick woods. Kieran looked out the windshield and down. He was right. No ordinary human would have a bonfire at this hour in these woods. Only shifters like Quinn and Fiona would do that. I'll find a place for the helicopter. He looked at Viv. We haven't finished our conversation yet, Viv, but I've appreciated it if you keep your cool level and focus until we finish with Killian's challenge. Can you do that? Viv nodded. Wolf head. It's Killian. Yeah, Killian is okay. I'll do that for him. Keep my shit together, as long as you and the old man don't pry any further. The trio approached the shimmering bonfire with a mix of caution and urgency. The protective spell Fiona cast pulsed with intensity, and its radiance bathed Quinn's unconscious form in an eerie light. Her breath was shallow, and she looked vulnerable without her spiritual tiger guarding her. Fiona turned toward the trio, her eyes filled with worry. The attacker took Quinn's tiger. Quinn lay there, a formidable tiger shifter, looking frail and defenseless. To the untrained eye, she might seem to be just a person in a deep sleep. But Sharon knew better. The spirit animal of a shifter wasn't just a sign of power. It was an integral part of their being. The spirit animal acted as a guardian, a guide, and a constant companion. To a shifter, their spirit animal was an anchor. It tethered them to the primal forces of nature, gave them strength, and connected them to their ancestral lineage. Without it, a shifter was akin to a ship lost at sea, adrift and at the mercy of the currents. Tiger shifters, especially, drew significant strength from their spirit animals. The tiger was not just a symbol of power and majesty, but also of cunning and strategy. In battle, the presence of the spirit tiger could make all the difference. It could be the razor-thin margin between victory and defeat. What are they? Kieran's voice cut through the night, a hint of impatience and concern evident in his tone. Not by a shifter, I'm sure of it. It felt otherworldly, like something from the divine realm, Fiona said, her voice hoarse, hinting at the strain the protective spell placed on her. Kieran's eyes darkened. Given the Alpha challenge happening right now, this attack can't be a coincidence. We need to get back to the sanctuary now. Eamon, sensing the aura around the bonfire, murmured, There's the presence of creatures from the underworld here. Viv, her focus on the ashes, traced patterns with her fingers. There was an intensity in her gaze, as if she was deciphering a code or reading a story written in the remnants of the fire. Kieran watched her closely. What are you thinking? She hesitated for a moment, her young face a mask of concentration. I'm not sure yet. He eyed her, sensing she was holding back. Whatever you're contemplating, don't act rashly. Viv met his gaze, a storm of emotions behind her eyes, but she merely nodded in acknowledgement. In the helicopter, Viv sat at the front next to Kieran, who was skillfully controlling the chopper. The rhythmic beat of the rotors and the cool air from outside filled the cabin, creating a somewhat soothing atmosphere, despite the tension everyone felt. After several moments, Viv turned toward Kieran. It has a shadow. she murmured, her voice barely above the noise. Kieran spared a glance her way. What does? She swallowed hard, her green eyes darting as if she expected something to jump out at them. There's a being, hovering nearby, not a spirit because it has a shadow. Light, wispy, not fully formed, but it's there, and it looked angry. You saw something and you didn't tell us? Well, you can't go blasting it with your firearms. Those shifters wouldn't have stood a chance and would have lost their precious animals. And don't get me started on spells. I ain't got no clue what the hell I'm even looking at. Do you seriously think that hollering and pointing like a jackass could have done us any good? Come on, how can you be so sure it's not flying up here with us? Because it had a shadow, it's not like those gods or jinn to just poof and then appear wherever they want. And it had no wings that I could see. So it's not here, and it's not going to fly after us. Happy? You got a point, Viv. Sorry, Kieran asked, his grip on the controls tightening. What did it look like? Can you describe it? Viv let out a long breath. It was kind of short, but it still towered over me. Obviously bald and swathed in robes that were almost ethereal, like smoke or something. Its face was screwed up with rage, its eyes blazing an intense amber color. And there were fucking tats everywhere. Spider webs, vines, and thorns. You name it. Kieran's heart rate quickened. He knew that description all too well. Tenzin, he muttered, more to himself than to Viv. She blinked. You know him? I had shot him in the head not long ago, so I assumed that I had just turned his body into a corpse. But the bullet hadn't completely ended him. Viv looked uneasy. And now he's back? As what? I'm not sure, Kieran replied, his eyes scanning the horizon as if expecting to see the disgraced monk at any moment. Can a spirit capture the spirit animal of a shifter? Eamon asked from the back of the helicopter. I don't think so, Kieran answered, but I'm not an expert. You'll have to ask Ivy and Killian that question. Kieran looked at Viv. Remember the being that captured you? Viv snorted. Yeah, totally. I blasted his cave, assuming he was inside. He wants to be supernatural, do magic and all. But he didn't get there. He's still just a human, a body and an ass I can kick. Well, I think it was the same one that captured Siren's wolf. But when we fought him to get Killian's wolf back, he was monstrous. Like being evil? Viv's eyes widened in shock. No, he appeared in a hideous form with supernatural power. Are you sure he was a human trying to practice magic? I was sure. Now I'm not. Kieran shook his head. Tenzin is on the same boat. He's human, but trying to tangle with the supernatural and turn himself into something else. If he's here, and he's involved, we need to be prepared. A loud bang hid the side of the helicopter, sending it into a spin. The group grabbed onto whatever they could find to brace themselves, their eyes wide with fear as they tried to see what had caused the impact. Eamon shouted over the sound of the rotor blades. We're under attack! Are they supernatural? Kieran asked. Worse. Eamon replied. Chapter 10. Ivy leaned against the window frame, gazing out at the expanse of the sanctuary beyond the fence line. Her fingertips lightly moved across the tarot card she had just drawn. She felt Killian's presence before she saw him. His aura was both calming and electrifying. He approached, the dim lights of the sanctuary casting deep shadows on his chiseled face. He stood close, just enough space between them to allow the tension to dance. What did the card say? She smiled at him. They had come so far since they first met, when he had been skeptical about her tarot card deck. He asked her to seek answers from it now. 6 of Cups. It's about reunion, safety, and homecoming. Quinn is fine and coming home soon. He nodded. Thanks. You don't think I'm making this up to make you feel better while you're waiting for Kieran's call and your brain is on fire with anxiety? We're connected in all sorts of ways. I can feel you, remember? She couldn't help but feel her stomach flip when he flashed his trademark LeBlanc smile. Moving toward her, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, as if he could read her thoughts. Waves of energy surged inside his body and spilled over to her like an overflowed fountain. The intensity of their connection was palpable, and Ivy couldn't help but feel her body respond to his touch. Killian gently pushed her back against the wall, his hands roaming over her body. His intense gaze sent shivers down her spine. Ivy felt herself surrendering to the moment as Killian's lips moved down from her mouth, leaving a trail of kisses along her neck. His hands slid down her waist and over her hips, pulling her close to him. Ivy could feel the hardness of his body pressed against hers, and she knew she wanted him. Without hesitation, she reached for his shirt, pulling it off his muscular frame, revealing his toned chest. Killian lifted Ivy up, her legs wrapping around his torso as he carried her over to the couch. As they kissed hungrily, Ivy felt Killian's hands moving underneath her shirt, teasing her skin. She arched her back, wanting more. Their passion only grew stronger as they surrendered to each other. Ivy had never felt this alive before. Every touch, every kiss, felt like pure bliss. Then she stepped away and dropped her shirt to the floor. "You'll have to earn it this time, Killian." He smiled, amused by the challenge. Stepping into the center of the room, she assumed a fighting stance. He shook his head. "No, you don't seem to remember what happened last time, Ivy." "I remember vividly, Killian. We like to play rough." "No, I hurt you," he said firmly. "It won't happen again." "You mean you won't let it happen again?" she challenged. "The adrenaline will get out of control if we fight, Ivy." "You can doubt yourself all you want, but never doubt me, Killian. You caught me off guard last time. This time, you won't get that chance. Ready to go?" "I will not fight you." "Then you won't have sex. Simple as that." He nodded. "Fine. Then let's not." He turned to walk away. She charged at him, tackling him from the back and sending them both crashing down to the floor. She quickly withdrew, but before he could scramble back up and turn back to her, she had resumed a fighting stance and slammed a hard kick into his abdomen, sending him skidding back several steps. "Ivy!" he growled a warning. That was more like him. She bounced on her feet, distributing her weight more on one leg, then switching to another, giving her the maximum amount of flexibility. "Don't do this, Ivy." She charged at him again and delivered a roundhouse kick to his left shoulder. He didn't even bother attempting to block the attack. She lowered her leg before lifting it high once more, connecting with his shoulder a second time. Again, he simply allowed it to happen. She kicked out one last time. However, this time, he grabbed her foot before impact, then pushed her back. Ivy charged forward again, closing in quickly as she stretched out her right arm to grab at his neck. She could use this hold to rip the throat out of an opponent much larger than herself if she wanted. Instinctively, Killian grabbed a hold of her right hand with his left and simultaneously reached out with his right fist, stopping just an inch from her face. She smiled. "I see your control is impeccable." He pushed her away for a second time. "Don't test me, Ivy. I know your limits. You're nowhere near them. You can control your power and the force within you." She unleashed a 2-foot kick on his chest. At this intensity, she could break someone's ribs and puncture their lungs. But that did nothing to Killian, provoking him, and the demon inside him making him angry. His striking blue eyes began to deepen into a fiery red shade. She could feel his blood boil. "I can see the demon. I can feel your adrenaline surge." She approached, placing a hand on his bare chest. His muscles quivered under her touch. She could feel the urges from the demon growling inside him, pushing for violence, lashing out and thirsting for blood. It felt as if his veins were going to burst if he didn't give in to the urges. But he stood still and let the demonic urges pulse. "That's for the violence. I know I'm pushing your limits now. Let's push those urges over the limit, but channel it into love." He stayed as still as a stone. Every ounce of his energy was expended on restraining the demon from taking control. She kissed his neck tenderly, and then moved her lips up to his jawline, finally settling on his warm lips. She entered his mouth with her kiss, though neither of them closed their eyes. It wasn't a passionate kiss, but rather a test of his control. His eyes now glowed an intense red, that of a fully unleashed demon. But his kiss and movement were unmistakably Killian's, even more gentle than normal. His hands trailed down her spine and then moved up to her shoulders where he held her close. She could feel his heart pound against his chest now, struggling to keep the demon from taking control. He shuddered slightly and she smiled against him. She stopped her kiss. "How does the control feel?" "You're still testing me." "Yes, but I'm going to stop." He ravenously kissed her. She responded with fervor. They both knew they could take this to the next level now. She intensified the kiss and closed her eyes. "I will never hurt you," he said into her mouth. She opened her eyes and looked directly into his. "I know. Show me." She acquiesced, and they let each other go. They stood still for a moment, looking into each other's eyes. "I love you," she said. "Then show me how much," he said in a deep, husky tone. Her hands cupped his face tenderly. She kissed him hard, yet tenderly, with all the affection she could muster. She didn't want to hold back. She wanted to show him everything she felt, everything she ever had, and everything she would ever have for him. She had nothing to hide anymore. He had seen everything. She was naked before him, both figuratively and literally, though nakedness didn't seem significant anymore. Their kisses slowed to an erratic pace. Their eyes were still locked in an embrace, a moment of eternity. In that moment, the world began to move again. Her hands trailed down his body, taking in the warmth of his firm skin. Ivy felt her body heating up, the sensation of his lips on hers sending shivers down her spine. Their kiss deepened, becoming more passionate by the second. Killian's hands roamed over her body, caressing every inch of her skin as they kissed hungrily. Ivy moaned softly into his mouth, her fingers tangling into his hair as she pulled him closer to her. Suddenly, Killian pulled back, his eyes still blazing with the red hue of the demon, but she knew that it was not in control. Killian had complete control of his thoughts and his actions. "Ivy, I want to be with you, all the way." "Then be with me." He carried her to the windowsill, his eyes never leaving hers as he positioned himself between her legs and thrust into her in one powerful movement. Ivy gasped loudly, a primal moan of pleasure erupting from her lips as Killian drove himself deeper and harder inside of her. The sensation was overwhelming, each stroke like electricity coursing through their bodies, fusing them together in perfect harmony. Ivy's walls clenched around him, drawing every last drop of pleasure from Killian until they both exploded with ecstasy. They collapsed onto the windowsill, their bodies still entwined as their ragged breath echoed against the walls. Ivy and Killian lay there together, panting for breath, still in each other's embrace. Ivy's heart was beating fast, almost painfully through her chest. For the first time in her life, she felt completely safe. Not only did she feel loved, but also respected. She had finally found someone to cherish her, and it was deep within those comforting arms of his that she finally felt the security that had been missing for so long from her life. Killian looked into Ivy's eyes with a tenderness that filled her soul with warmth. He ran a gentle finger down the side of her face as he spoke. "I love you, Ivy." His voice was low and gentle, yet firm and sincere. She looked up at him in awe, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had never heard these words from anyone before. They meant so much more than just 3 little words. They were the words of commitment, a statement of devotion and desire that could not be taken away or broken easily. All the doubts and fears she had ever felt about opening up to someone melted away in an instant. Here was someone who truly cared for her and wanted to make sure that nothing would hurt her ever again. Slowly, Ivy reached out to lightly brush his lips with hers before answering him in a whisper filled with emotion. "I love you too." His eyes had returned to their usually striking blue now. She kissed his lush lips. "Welcome back, Killian." He smiled. "I want to be with you, Ivy. All of me." "Yes, but didn't we just—" With one thrust, he was inside her again. "My wolf wants to give you pleasure." He smiled. "It wants its mate to be happy." Ivy moaned and clung to him as he picked up the pace, pounding into her. Her body craved his touch, and she was more than happy to give herself up to him completely. The sounds of their lovemaking echoed off the walls of the stone room, amplifying their pleasure. Ivy's breasts bounced as Killian delivered a particularly hard thrust into her. She let out a little squeal of surprise and pleasure at the sudden forcefulness of the impact. Killian looked deep into her eyes, his voice husky with desire. "I will always take care of you, Ivy. Do you trust me?" "Yes." She knew what he wanted to do, and she meant what she said. She wanted him to do it. He thrust inside her again. "Be my mate." His voice was hoarse with need. His fangs extended. Unlike when they were in the underworld this time, he claimed her with all of his soul, his mind, and his heart. She knew that the demon within her understood, and it yielded him an unconditional surrender. Nobody or circumstance was compelling them right now, but there they were, forever intertwined in each other's lives. Chapter 11. Chaos struck. Large shapes hurtled through the air, crashing into the sides of the chopper with alarming force. Each thud reverberated through the cabin, making Kieran's hands clench tightly around the controls. "Damn it!" Kieran gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize the vehicle. He could hear Fiona's panicked voice over the roar of the blades, trying to hold on to Quinn, who lay unconscious beside her. Another gigantic silhouette whizzed by the window, and Kieran had a glance of the creature. "You have got to be kidding me! A dragon!" Kieran snarled with disbelief. The dragon slammed itself against the side of the helicopter again. "This isn't going to end well," Kieran mumbled. This helicopter was not equipped for battle. He had no idea how many strikes it would take. He knew they weren't going to be in the air for too long if the assault continued. He turned toward the back. "Fiona, secure yourself and Quinn to a parachute. We're going to crash. Eamon, can you buckle into a parachute?" Eamon, eyes wide with terror, hastily snatched a parachute. "You think impacting the ground will salvage us? Those things will incinerate us alive," he shouted back, his voice trembling. Fiona struggled with the straps, trying to secure both herself and the unconscious Quinn. Kieran turned to Viv. "I'm ejecting your seat. Don't worry, there's a parachute attached. Pull the cord once you're away from the plane, and I'll be right next to you. I'll help if you get stuck." Viv, however, seemed to be in her own world, her lips moving rapidly as she chanted something under her breath. Her eyes were distant, glazed over with concentration. He was certain that praying wasn't Viv's style. "What are you doing, Viv?" She didn't respond. He felt a tug on his arm and saw Eamon shaking his head, signaling him not to disturb her. Another violent shudder shook the chopper, a loud screech accompanying it. The dragons were relentless. Something was happening outside. Rescued. Last time he checked, Killian's wolf shifters couldn't fly. A different kind of chaos unfolded in the skies. New flying objects began attacking the dragons. Squinting, Kieran made out the shapes of young men, no, boys, darting about with astonishing speed, engaging the dragons with ferocious intensity. The boys maneuvered expertly around the dragons, their agility keeping them out of the beast's clutches. In moments, several dragons fell from the sky. The boys darted around the dragons. Their movements were so fluid and swift that it was hard for Kieran to track them with his eyes. They wore tattered clothes and had a wild look about them, their hair tousled by the wind. One of the boys swooped down with a sharp, glittering blade, slashing a dragon's wing, causing it to falter in its flight. Another boy, riding the wind like a bird, delivered a quick thrust to a dragon's underbelly, the beast roaring in pain before spiraling downward. Yet another boy pulled out a small pouch, scattering a shimmering dust into a dragon's path. The creature sneezed violently, smoke billowing out of its nostrils, disoriented and clearly distressed. Seizing the opportunity, two more boys lunged at it, their sharp daggers gleaming in the sunlight, striking the dragon's vital points. Despite their seemingly reckless strategies, there was a coordination in their movements, a harmony in the way they worked together that rendered the dragons defenseless against them. One by one, the dragons were either incapacitated or forced to retreat, the skies clearing of the threat they once posed. Frickin' cool! Viv seemed to have snapped back into the present moment. She shifted her gaze toward Kieran and smiled. "We'll still have to crash land," he said, before helicopters started to sputter and shake violently. Kieran quickly took the controls, trying to steady the aircraft as they descended toward the ground. As they landed, Kieran stopped the engine. "Is everyone all right?" he asked. "Fine," Viv mumbled, glancing toward the sky. "We're all fine back here," Eamon replied. Amidst the haze of the recent chaos, Kieran took a moment to process the weight of the crash and the fierce battle that had transpired above. The ground was littered with burnt foliage and the remnants of the once menacing dragons, now dissolving eerily in the shadows. The dim, flickering light from the chopper's tail gave the scene an eerie ambience, casting long, dancing shadows on the earth. Kieran pulled out his cell phone and punched in a series of numbers, encrypted lines that connected him to a network of elite mercenaries. The call went through quickly. "I need extraction and support. Coordinates coming through." A gruff voice on the other end acknowledged, "Received. On our way." There were many points in his life where Kieran appreciated the power of money. This was one of those moments. These mercenaries never let him down when dealing with human matters. Turning back to Viv, her silhouette illuminated by the dim light, he noticed her intense gaze. "Those boys," he began, struggling to find the words. "I've never seen anything like that before." "Who were they?" Viv tilted her head slightly, her lips forming a wry smile. "Who did you just call, Kieran?" "Mercenaries." A hint of amusement glinted in her eyes. "Those boys are my mercenaries." Kieran gazed at Viv, realizing that there was so much more to her than he'd initially expected. He was delighted that she had grown up since the time they first met. This would prepare her for anything life threw her way. But he couldn't help wishing he could still see the tenderness she used to mask beneath the rough language and crude conduct of a teenager. In front of him now was no longer an insecure 14-year-old who needed his guardianship. "My mercenaries work for money. I don't think yours do?" The slight smile faded from Viv's face. She didn't reply, but her eyes said it all. In the midst of their conversation, a rustling sound interrupted the quiet night. Kieran felt an unsettling presence. The air grew colder and more charged, making the hairs on his neck stand. From the thick of the shadows emerged figures, their forms barely discernible in the moonlight. Their movements were silent and agile, like predators closing in on their prey. Kieran shouted to Fiona, "Protective spell, now!" He could see her moving her hands quickly, forming intricate patterns in the air. A soft blue hue surrounded Fiona and the unconscious Quinn, indicating the spell was in place. Kieran instinctively moved Viv behind him, though he was unsure whether this gesture was symbolic or if he truly believed he could protect her from this new threat. He could handle many attackers, as long as they were humans. If they were supernatural, then Eamon and Viv would have better chance to fight than he was. Beside him, Eamon stood tall, his eyes fixed on the approaching group. "They're druids," Viv whispered. "Can I kill druids with guns?" "Yes, usually," Viv said. "That's good enough," Kieran murmured. Drawing out his twin silver bullet guns, he fired off a flurry of shots at the attackers. One by one, several druids collapsed, but for every one he managed to take down, two more seemed to rise from the shadows. The odds were against them. Then Kieran suddenly felt the cold, biting edge of a blade press against his throat. Stunned, he turned slightly to see Eamon standing there with a dagger in his hand. "Drop the gun. They're my druids, Kieran." The remaining druids, sensing a change in power dynamics, aligned themselves behind Eamon. Kieran complied and dropped his gun to the ground. He could barely manage to gasp out as the edge of the blade dug deeper into his skin. "What do you want?" "I came here to take my daughter back." "If you want Viv, why are you talking to me, Eamon?" Kieran couldn't quite tilt his head to see Viv without having the dagger cut deeper into his neck, so he stayed still. Eamon chuckled. "I don't think we're on the same page about this, Kieran. She cast the spell to bring you back as a father and trade a soul of an innocent as the result. That's a hefty price, and it can come back and bite her at any point. She would never do that for me, Siren. It's because you never consider me your daughter. You never cared. Mom wouldn't have died if you spared us a moment of your time." "I made mistakes, Vivian, but that's in the past now. The clan is clean. It's time for you to come home," said Eamon. "I don't trust you." Eamon laughed and pressed the knife harder. "See, Kieran? I told you we weren't on the same page here. She'd do anything for you. But this old man is dead in her eyes." "I still don't understand your motivations, Eamon." Eamon's chuckled. "Come home with me, Vivian, or he dies." "You're a fucking asshole," Kieran said. "Vivian, I need your answer now," Eamon growled. "Yes, I'll go with you," Viv replied. Kieran could hear Viv's voice break, but couldn't see her face. "How can I know you'll keep your promise, Vivian?" Eamon asked. "I swear on my mother's soul that I'll go home," she vowed. A deafening roar shatters the silence, and the ground quakes beneath them. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appears, a magnificent creature with rippling muscles and razor-sharp claws that lunges at Eamon, slamming him to the ground. The beast turns its attention to Kieran, its eyes glowing with primal fury. But the creature could have bite Eamon's head right off, but it didn't. It turned toward the druids who had been standing frozen behind Eamon. As soon as their brain registered that they might be the creature's next targets, they scrambled to get away, leaving Eamon behind. Kieran immediately grabbed his gun and kicked Eamon's dagger away from him. He had the gun pointed at the old druid, who had gotten to his feet. The creature paced around them, ready to pounce if Eamon moved an inch in the wrong direction. "It's your decision, Viv," Kieran said. "If you want, I can end him right now and the blood won't be on your hands." Viv stepped out from behind Kieran and approached Eamon. Siren tightened his grip on the trigger. He would not hesitate to pull it, with or without Viv's permission. In the dim light, Kieran could see the pain etched into Viv's face. There were no more tears left to cry. His heart ached for her. "Why?" she asked Eamon. Eamon's eyes never left Viv's as he answered. "The contest for the Trinity Witness role is imminent. You will represent our druid clan. With your powers, you are destined to win. Did Mom and I ever mean anything to you in life aside from providing power?" She held Eamon's gaze, her eyes searching his. His lack of response provided the answer she sought. Viv then shifted her attention to Kieran. "He's yours, Kieran. Do whatever you want." She walked away, leaving a heavy silence behind her. Kieran approached, pressing the gun's muzzle against Eamon's throat. "I won't kill you now, only because, although she didn't say so, it will still cause her pain if you die because of what you just did. Go. If I ever see you again, that will be your last day on Earth." Without another word, Eamon sprinted away, but he didn't get too far. With one long stride, the creature pinned Eamon to the ground, and this time, its jaws clamped down on his neck and ripped. That was the end of Eamon. The gigantic creature left the corpse on the ground, turned and stalked towards Kieran and Viv. As it walked, its body shriveled and soon returned to the form of gracious Fiona. Kieran had totally forgotten that Fiona was a lynx shifter. "Unlike Kieran, I don't see myself as having responsibility for your emotional well-being, Viv. But I know a guy who sold his daughter for power will never change. He will come back for more, And this time, you won't have Kieran or anyone to protect you." Viv nodded. Understood. She pointed her chin towards Kieran. "He's soft-hearted, not me. The day my mother died because he left us vulnerable to go after his power, he's dead to me. But Kieran's right. It will still pain me to see him getting killed. So thank you for being the executioner." A ghostly smile touched Fiona's lips. "You're welcome." Then she walked toward Quinn. From a far distance, screams echoed back, and soon the commotion died down. Viv approached, standing in front of Kieran. "That's my boys getting the job done. It seems they've taken care of the other druids. You're right. My people don't get paid by money. They are paid by hopes, dreams, loyalty, and protection from cruelty. All the things grown-ups like you have to face." Kieran frowned. He had a theory of who Viv actually was, but he thought it might be best to confirm. "Are those boys the Lost Boys?" Viv giggled and nodded. Siren let the information sink for a moment. "That makes you... If you think Peter Pan has to be a boy, Kieran, then you're sexist. But you're right, though. I'm not Peter Pan, but I'm taking on his role. You ran away from the Neverland because you didn't want that burden. Am I right?" She laughed softly. "You don't have to care all the time, Siren. That's exhausting, even for me when I'm on the receiving end of it. No, I didn't want to take his place. But I owed Peter so much. He and his boys took care of me after my mother passed away. He taught me a lot, and I held the position for a while, then I just wanted a break. I wanted to experience what it was like to live life out here. What it was like to find it." She bit her lower lip. Kieran gazed into her eyes. She was petite, and he had to tilt her chin up to make eye contact with her. "You wanted a taste of real family life, to feel loved as a child and not as someone with potential or power." A tear rolled down her face. "You want to remind me that none of this is going to happen? I understand if you've already made your decision. When you said you would return home, I figured you meant it. Your Lost Boys are your home and responsibility now. I just want you to know that there's always a place for you in our family. You're welcomed and loved no matter what. You can stay with Killian's pack if he can keep them, or come with me back to London. Be warned, though, our family is very complicated." She snorted. "Be careful what you promise me, because I remember them and I hold grudges. Your future children are very lucky. I'll make sure they know that." Siren smiled. "I don't know how many children I'll have in the future, but they'll know that they have a sibling living in Neverland." The boys flew back, hovering behind Viv. Viv said, "It's time for me to go. I'm glad I met you, and thanks for everything you've done." "I didn't do much," he replied. "Trust me, it's more than what I've gotten in a lifetime. Can I ask one more favor?" "Of course you can, Viv." "Can I have a hug?" He picked her up off the ground and embraced her tightly. She was a treasure, and he was glad that his children would have such a sibling whom they would never meet in the future. The boys freed Viv from Karen's arms before her feet touched the ground again. They lifted her into the air, and she giggled, giving him a little wave goodbye. "Bye, Dad." Then her shadow and the boys vanished into the night. A distant rumbling signaled that Kieran's people had arrived to pick them up. Chapter 12. Blood. The sinister tang of death filled Ivy's senses, sending her heart racing in the vastness of the darkness. There was no sound to offer her any sort of solace or sense of direction. She instinctively reached for her phone to use its light, but realized it was missing. Panic set in as she stumbled blindly through the darkness, her hands outstretched to feel for anything that might help her find her way. Suddenly, she heard a faint whisper, barely audible over the pounding of her own heart. She froze, straining to listen. The whisper grew louder, and she could make out a voice. "Welcome, Ivy," the voice rasped. "You have been chosen." Ivy's mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who had chosen her, and for what? Before she could even consider running, something cold and sharp pressed against her neck. She gasped and tried to pull away, but a strong hand held her still. "Shh," the voice whispered again. "Don't be afraid. This will only hurt for a moment. Ivy's heart beat faster as she felt the sharp edge of the blade cut into her skin. Blood trickled down her neck, hot and slick against her skin. The voice chuckled. Such a beautiful color, don't you think? Ivy choked back a scream as she realized the true horror of her situation. She was trapped, alone in the darkness. She looked down and let out a choked gasp. Her hands were slick with fresh, warm blood, the viscous liquid dripping rhythmically onto the shadowy ground below. Panic surged through her as her eyes darted around, searching for an explanation, for some kind of escape. Then she saw them. All around her, lifeless bodies of wolves lay strewn haphazardly. Their fur, which should have been soft and lustrous, was now matted with blood and filth. Some were contorted in positions that spoke of agonizing deaths, while others bore gruesome injuries. Their vacant eyes seemed to accuse her, their silent, still forms whispering of a violence she couldn't comprehend. Ivy's breaths grew rapid and shallow as the weight of realization pressed down on her. Did she do this? The thought was impossible to bear, yet the evidence was all too damning. The metallic tang of blood on her lips, the chilling grip of a weapon in her hand, and the unmistakable sensation of having torn through flesh and bone. "No, no, no," she muttered, stumbling backward. And then, as suddenly as it all began, she was yanked from the shadows into blinding light. "Ivy! Ivy, wake up!" Killian's voice reached her, desperate and laced with fear. She blinked, her vision adjusting to the soft glow of the room. The chilling darkness of the abyss was gone, replaced by the familiar surroundings of their bedroom in the sanctuary. The weighted dread that had consumed her began to dissipate, replaced by the warmth of Killian's arms as he pulled her close. "It's all right," he murmured, pressing his lips to her forehead, trying to offer solace. "It was just a dream. I slaughtered wolves, so many of them." He embraced her shoulders and fixed his gaze on hers. "You didn't take the life of any wolf, Ivy. It was just a dream." Yet as she met his stare, her terror shone through in his eyes. Or perhaps it was contagious. She knew deep down in that place where intuition and knowledge blend that it wasn't merely a figment of her imagination. That ominous dream held a message, a premonition perhaps, and it left her with a bone-deep chill she couldn't shake off. The echoing sound of the helicopter's blades disrupted Ivy's fraught thoughts. Both she and Killian turned toward the large glass window, watching as Kieran landed the chopper with practiced precision in the middle of the sanctuary's courtyard. The moment the blades slowed, Killian bolted out the door, reaching the aircraft in long, hurried strides. Ivy trailed behind, the heavy weight of unease slowing her steps. From the chopper, Kieran emerged, carefully cradling a figure in his arms. Killian's face contorted in a mix of relief and panic as he recognized his mother, Quinn. "Easy. She's alive," Kieran called out, attempting to instill some calm into the tense atmosphere. "No visible injuries, just sleeping." Damien and Nina appeared from the other wing of the house, their faces mirrors of concern. The small group, moving almost as one, carried Quinn inside, gently placing her on the plush sofa in the living room. Ivy stood back, the events unfolding before her feeling surreal. The earlier tarot reading played back in her mind. The cards had indicated that Quinn was safe, in good health. The vision in front of her seemed at odds with that prophecy. Quinn was physically unharmed, true, but her spirit, or rather her tiger spirit, felt distant, almost inaccessible. A twinge of doubt gnawed at Ivy. The tarot cards had always been her guiding light, a trustworthy tool in her spiritual journey. They'd never misled her before, but the scene in front of her made her question that faith. Perhaps, she pondered, the cards told a truth she wasn't ready to face or understand. In the dim light of the living room, everyone huddled close to Quinn's seemingly lifeless form, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on their shoulders. Killian, his face a mask of mixed emotions. "What happened, Fiona?" Fiona swallowed hard, her eyes darting to Quinn for a brief second before meeting Killian's gaze. "We were attacked. I don't know what it was, but Quinn," she paused, inhaling deeply. She knew. She must have figured out they were after her. Killian's brow furrowed. "How do you know?" She grabbed at this. Fiona pointed to a necklace around Quinn's neck, where a charm dangled. With trembling hands, she pulled it up for everyone to see. She chanted some incantation, and then she shook her head, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was just gone. It's like her mind went somewhere else. Killian's fingers brushed the charm, analyzing the unfamiliar symbol. He shook his head. "My mother has many artifacts, many protective charms, but this, I've never seen it before." Ivy stepped closer. The charm caught her eye, not for its design, but for its color. The exact shade of blue that mirrored one unique petal on a white daisy. "That blue," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else, "it's the same as the daisy's petal." Nina raised an eyebrow. "It might just be a coincidence, Ivy." But Ivy shook her head, her instincts telling her there was more to it. "I don't think so," she said softly. "There's a connection. We just need to figure it out." Killian picked up Quinn and carried her to her room. He glanced over his shoulder at Kieran. "Are you sure we don't need to worry about Viv? Should we send someone to check on her in the woods?" Kieran shook his head. "No, she's fine and happy to be with her people." Nina frowned. "I still don't trust that Eamon guy. Who knows what else this strange family is capable of?" Kieran patted Nina on the shoulder reassuringly. "Trust me, Viv's safe." Ivy felt a buzz in her pocket and quickly reached for her deck of cards. She flipped over the top card. It was a joker. Ivy sighed inwardly. She wasn't surprised. In the inky darkness of the night, the sanctuary was eerily quiet, but not peaceful. Ivy lay awake, disturbed by thoughts of a single blue-petaled daisy. She sat up and felt Killian's hand firmly grasp her wrist. It was clear he had been awake too, understanding her unspoken intention. "Give her the night, Ivy." "I'm just getting some water. I promise I won't go to Quinn's room," she replied as she gently pulled her arm free. His grip relaxed, but his guarded expression showed he wasn't convinced. Ivy was determined to do as she said and marched straight to the kitchen for water, without stopping at Quinn's room. She tiptoed through the corridor, heading right past Quinn's room, making her way to the kitchen. But before she could congratulate herself mentally, she jumped out of her skin when seeing Quinn sitting at the tea table. They locked eyes, and a shiver ran down Ivy's spine. That wasn't Quinn she was looking at, but Quinn's soul. "Ivy," Quinn whispered, her voice hoarse, "you have to help me." Ivy mentally slapped herself in the face. She had seen souls. She had reaped souls out of bodies, but the only occasion she interacted with souls was when she traversed the underworld. Souls in the underworld were from dead people. Ivy hoped this wasn't Quinn's case. "What's wrong, Quinn?" Ivy asked, struggling to keep her voice level. "I need your help." "Anything, as long as I can do it." "You have to kill my tiger," Quinn cut in. "What? Why?" Tears filled Quinn's eyes. "If it gets captured, I won't be able to stand the torture. Either you end its life, or mine will have to be taken. Because if they get the information they want, it'll harm Killian, and that can't happen." "I assume you don't want me to ask what sort of information it is, which means there's one less potential leak for them to find out. So I'm assuming now the tiger is running free." She nodded in response. "Yes, but they tried attacking me to capture it. If I hadn't been quick enough, it would have already been gone by now. It's only a matter of time before they catch up with it. Spirit animals always stay close to their host body." Ivy nodded. "Can you tell me who they are? That would really help me." Quinn shook her head. "I don't know who attacked me before, but I was told if there is a danger that I might lose control of myself or my tiger, just hold on to the charm and cite an incantation, which I have done, but I still don't feel like the secret is safe with me." "That's good enough for now, Quinn. You know how important you are to Killian. If he finds out you could be tortured because of a secret about him, he will go crazy. And in his condition now, the demon inside him might take over. And there's nothing I can do about it." "What are you talking about? He has a temper, but I wouldn't call it a demon." "No, literally a demon. I was born with some kind of connection with the demon realm. Killian wanted to turn me into his mate, but unfortunately the demon blood in me was too powerful and contaminated his blood. It makes him stronger, but he can't control its full power yet. When his adrenaline surges, the demon could take over." If a soul could look paler, Quinn did just that. "You were born a demon?" Quinn stood hovering around the room from one end to another. "I wouldn't describe it like that. The Demon King donated a drop of his blood into some kind of potion. I don't know how the rest worked, but I was told the potion was consumed by a female human. Then boom, I was created." She made quotation marks with her hands when she said the word created. Quinn didn't look impressed. Ivy shrugged. "Well, I mean, that's the only explanation I have for how I joined the human world while carrying the blood of a demon. But it doesn't make me a demon. And I wouldn't say I was born a demon either. She trailed off as she noticed Quinn's expression. "I assumed I was saying something wrong, but I didn't know what was wrong, so if you wouldn't mind telling me, that would be terrific." Quinn looked at her. "Do you know what kind of potion your biological mother had consumed, and how did she come about doing that?" Ivy sighed. "That's a very long story. It wasn't until recently that Fiona told me about the adoption in such detail. I've always known I was adopted, but we kept that from Nina." She paused before adding, "Oh gosh, you didn't consume some kind of potion to give birth to Killian, did you?" Ivy raised her hands in the air. "Don't answer that. If it came from the Demon King, then it would make Killian and me siblings, and that can't be right." "No, not from the Demon King." "Great, that's a relief. You know, because we just had great sex." "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to tell you that." Ivy continued. "So yes, you consumed a potion and it wasn't from the Demon King. Do you know who gave it to you and what did they promise in order to make you drink it?" "Drink what? Did we run out of water in the house or were you looking for an alternative?" Killian asked from the doorway. Ivy spun around. She wasn't surprised when she didn't see Quinn hovering near the table any longer. Chapter 13. The early morning mist hung thick in the air, dampening Ivy's clothes as she moved silently along the edge of the sanctuary, her breath visible in the chill. The protective barrier surrounding the sanctuary shimmered slightly, a faint, ethereal blue that faded in and out with the dawn's light. Each step she took was calculated, the soft crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot the only sound. She paused momentarily, glancing back at the sanctuary's towering stone walls. It was here, within this perimeter, that summoning the Demon King Samuel wasn't even an option. She had cast powerful protective spells on this fence line to keep out any dark magical creatures. If she undid the spell now to let him in, she feared other foul creatures could take advantage of the opportunity to break into the sanctuary. Ivy traced her fingers on the fence. Rules were meant to be broken, she mused. She couldn't summon Samuel within the sanctuary, but she could venture outside its boundaries to contact him. It didn't mean that the Kinneton pack had to remain confined to the sanctuary forever. They were free to operate wherever they wanted, but after the Hellhound attack, if they had to perform any magic or spells related to the underworld, it was better to do it within the protective boundaries. A few strides away, the protective spells thinned, and Ivy took a deep breath. This was the place. When they parted in the underworld, Samuel didn't give her anything special, no secret codes or spells that she could use to summon him. But somehow she just knew. Samuel. She whispered his name with a simple soul-calling incantation. Almost immediately the ground vibrated, and shadows converged a short distance from her, near the entrance of a looming cave. Samuel materialized. His form was intimidating, yet there was an odd comfort in his demonic aura. "You summoned me, daughter," Samuel's voice rumbled. the term of endearment dripping with a mix of mockery and genuine affection. "I told you to stop calling me that." His laughter was like the crackling of fire. "Even if it was but a drop of my blood that created you, you are mine in more ways than one." She rolled her eyes. "I didn't call you here for familial chit-chat. Quinn's spirited tiger. She's expelled it." "Who's Quinn?" "Sorry, she's Killian's mom." "Oh, my in-laws." "I told you not to." Samuel interjected, "All right, I admit it would be too early to consider such a relationship. I'm glad to have just one drop of your blood. What about Quinn's tiger?" "She doesn't want it captured. She wants me to kill it before her adversaries can use it against Killian." "So, I've gathered Quinn is a tiger shifter." "Yes, sorry, forgot that background info. And she can externalize her spirited tiger herself. Is that part of the background info you forgot to tell me?" "No. Quinn told me she was given a charm she wore in her necklace. If she was in danger of losing control of herself or her animal, then she put herself out of consciousness. That's all I know." Samuel peered deep into Ivy's eyes, scrutinizing her true intentions. She shrugged. "I'm not lying, and I didn't make this up." He shook his head. "I'm not accusing you of lying, Ivy, but I am perplexed. The ability to make a shifter externalize her spirited animal is unheard of." "I can reap souls from bodies," she replied. "Yes, you extracted someone else's soul. You cannot separate your own soul. The same principle applies with the spirited creature and the host body. Self-separation requires high-level divine intervention from the upper realms." "I'm confused. You're from the underworld." She pointed at the ground. "Here is Earth, and it's like the middle level. Then there is the gods' place up there. That's where Celine comes from, since she calls herself a goddess and all. So, you're saying this is Celine's doing?" "She's not at that level," Samuel replied. "Hang on, the gods have ranks?" Ivy asked. "Of course, the House of Gods has structure and order. Not only is Celine not in the rank, she's disgraced." Samuel trailed off. Ivy cocked an eyebrow, waiting for 3 seconds for Samuel to continue. When he didn't seem interested in continuing down that path, she steered the conversation elsewhere. "Whatever. I don't care about laws or orders in the House of Gods or any realms. I just want to help Quinn get her tiger back. I don't want to kill her tiger." Samuel nodded. "A shapeshifter without a spirit animal is effectively half dead. Even the underworld can't make use of them. You can't reap their soul because the body isn't dead." Ivy shook her head. "I don't care about the technicalities. Can you help me find the tiger or not? I can track Killian's wolf myself because we're connected. But I don't know how to find the tiger." Samuel regarded her for a long moment before nodding. "I can give you the ability to sense the spirited animals, but protecting it, that's on you." She hesitated, taking in the weight of his words. "And how does this ability work?" Samuel approached, raising a hand toward her temple. "It's a bit of my essence, a resonance with the underworld. You'll be able to feel the pull of spirited animals, their souls reaching out. It's not a tracking ability, but it'll give you a general sense of direction." "All right then, give it to me." Ivy flinched as his fingers made contact, a rush of dark energy flooding her senses. Images flashed before her eyes, spirited animals in agony, separated from their human counterparts, wandering lost. The sensation was overwhelming, but she pushed through it, grounding herself. "It's intense," she admitted, pulling away and rubbing her temples. Samuel chuckled. "You always were one for understatement." She scowled at him. "What now?" "Now, you go and find the spirited tiger. Remember, it'll be scared, confused. Approach with caution." Ivy nodded, her mind already racing with the task ahead. "One more thing," she said, turning back to Samuel. "Will it be permanent, this ability?" Samuel considered the question. "As long as you want it, but remember, it's a gift and a curse. You'll feel the pull of every spirited animal. If it becomes too much, seek me out. I can remove it." She nodded. "Thanks. Let's test it." She delighted in the thought of having him as a father and treasured their interactions, but she had no intention of expressing her emotions to him. Ivy's fingers danced through the cool morning air, attempting to brush against the life essence of the bird perched overhead. As her fingertips traced an invisible path, they began to shimmer, like firelight captured under the skin, dancing and flickering. It wasn't a feeling of warmth, but rather a deep, powerful surge of energy that made her skin seem aflame. Curious, she crouched beside a puddle left by last night's rain and peered into its reflective surface. To her horror, staring back at her was not her usual self, but a visage of pure demonic allure, flaming ruby-red eyes, skin so pale it almost seemed translucent, and an aura that seemed to resonate with power. She staggered backwards, the puddle of water splashing around her. "No, this isn't me," she whispered. Samuel smiled, his eyes bright with admiration. "It's beautiful, isn't it? The true manifestation of what resides within you." Ivy's voice trembled with barely suppressed rage. "You did this to me." "It's my gift to you, Ivy, my blood within you, the ability to manifest your true form and show the world your power." She gritted her teeth hard, doing her best to contain her rage. "I never asked for this, Samuel." "Yes, you did ask for it. I asked for a way to find spirited animals that were not connected to me. The skill of manifesting your true form and witnessing others is one and the same, Ivy. You will be able to view and discover spirited forms only if you are capable of controlling the manifestation of your own true form. This isn't something that you can pick and choose, Ivy. Take it away. You said you could remove it when I no longer wanted it." He approached her, stopping just out of arm's reach. "Whether you like it or not, my essence runs through you. You are bound to manifest one way or another. I merely accelerated the process. Maybe, but not now. I'm not ready for this," she said, her voice wavering with uncertainty. "Do you feel ashamed of carrying my blood, Ivy?" her father asked, gently, yet firmly. "What? No, I'm not prepared," she stammered, averting his gaze. Samuel's entire posture softened as he looked at her. His gaze, which was previously intense and guarded, softened with compassion. "Ivy, whether you accept it or not, this is a part of you. And in this world filled with threats at every corner, you need every advantage you can get. Embrace it." She took a shaky breath, trying to calm her racing heart. "How do I change back?" He chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down her spine. "You'll learn in time. It's about control, acceptance. For now, just focus on the bird." Ivy closed her eyes, took another deep breath, and reached out with her senses. This time she felt the bird's essence, its life force, and something more profound, its soul. A connection formed, brief but intense. When she opened her eyes and looked back at the puddle, her reflection was her own once more, though her eyes still held a hint of the fire from before. She rose to her feet, wiping away the residual moisture from her hands. Samuel gave her an approving nod. "You have untapped potential, Ivy. In time, you'll learn to control and harness it." She fixed Samuel with a steely glower, the burden of his gift pressing heavily on her shoulders. "Ultimately, you tricked me into gaining this power sooner than I wanted." She scowled, yet there was no real anger behind it. Samuel merely flashed a grin, his centuries of experience coloring it with an air of superiority. "It's only just begun. You'll need this to confront the blood-related matter lurking within the LeBlancs. Celine and I won't be able to assist you if things go awry. With your new power, you can at least protect yourself." "Protecting myself from the shapeshifters?" She cocked an eyebrow. "From the divine in the upper realms. Only those with the highest ranks in the House of Gods can grant an ordinary shifter the power to expel their animal form and protect the divine secret. The only secret that could send all divines in the upper realms into a tizzy is related to the blood trail. If Quinn does this to protect Killian, it must be related to his birthright. In any case, you're dealing with powers at a level beyond what Celine can help you with. Ivy frowned, trying to make sense of it all. Are you suggesting Killian might have some kind of connection to a god? Like the way you had your drop of blood infused into me? Samuel nodded slightly. I'm saying be cautious. Even I have limits within my realm, Ivy. She snorted. Aren't you king of the underworld? I am a king, but there are many rulers down there. Fair enough, she conceded with a nod. I must leave now. You can call me whenever and wherever you need me. Ordinary protective spells won't stop me. Only you can banish me if you want to break our relationship. I hope it never comes to that. Now use the power I've just given you and put it to good use. Remember, daughter, every tool can be a weapon if you hold it right. With that cryptic message, shadows enveloped him, and he was gone. Ivy stood there, a cocktail of emotions swirling within her. Anger, confusion, and a growing realization of the weight she now carried. Chapter 14. Killian opened the window to the front porch of the sanctuary, his eyes trailing over the front yard. The grass, still damp from the morning dew, stretched out before him, sleepy and listless in the early morning light. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cool, crisp air, savoring the peacefulness of this place. Today was a pivotal day. The Alpha Challenge. He was destined to become Alpha, groomed from birth to win this very moment. But was he truly prepared? The answer eluded him. With demon blood coursing through his veins, he possessed unmatched physical strength and ferocity. Surely these abilities would secure his dominance. However, as an alpha wolf, his spiritual fortitude had been weakened. His wolf spirit was stained. Yet on this day, if ever there was a time to push moral boundaries for success, it was now. Killian made his way to his mother's room. The door creaked softly as he pushed it open, revealing her sleeping form, bathed in the soft glow of morning light. She seemed at peace, yet he sensed the tumultuous war raging within her mind, a silent battle of fears and hopes. He approached her bed, his heart heavy with unspoken words. He picked up the hairpin hanging loosely between her hair and the pillow. It was a small, intricately crafted piece, shaped like a silver crescent moon, cradling a tiny sapphire stone at its center. The deep blue sapphire sparkled like the night sky, reflecting a sense of wisdom and tranquility. He remembered it was her favorite hairpin, one she wore on important occasions. He carefully placed the hairpin on the nightstand before reaching for her hand. The familiar warmth of her touch was comforting, but it only intensified the cold uncertainty that consumed his heart. The memory of his 5th birthday blasted at him like a storm. He couldn't hear what Uncle Finn said to his mother, but he could tell by the look on her face that that was the day she would never find the meaning of her life ever again. The day his father didn't make it home. He remembered the look on his mother's face, a visage of strength crumbling under the weight of heartache. Her eyes, once sparkling with celebration, clouded over with a grief that spoke of lost dreams and a future forever altered. Killian's voice was a deep rumble as he spoke softly. Mom, I'm here now and always. I will claim the Alpha title for father, for you, for us, whatever it takes. He lingered in silence for another moment before rising to his feet and making his way toward the main hall. In the grand hall of the sanctuary, the morning light streamed through the high windows, casting long shadows on the stone floor. He noticed Kieran preparing to leave. Dressed impeccably in a suit that spoke of wealth and importance, Kieran looked every bit the part of a high-powered executive. I didn't think any business deal was worth that $10,000 suit, Kieran. Kieran, adjusting his cufflinks, shot back with a smirk. When the business is as priceless as mine, it deserves all the attention it can get. Dealing with Marek Voss isn't just playing with fire, Kieran. It's like juggling grenades. Kieran met his gaze with an unflinching stare. This isn't a simple transaction, it's a strategic maneuver. Merrick may be willing to sell his soul for a few coins, but he possesses vital information that we need, and I'm prepared to pay for it. You're walking into dangerous territory, Siren. Merrick is marked by the Shadow Marshals, and their top enforcer, Thane Morrows. He's not just a threat on the horizon, he's a full-blown hurricane. I am fully aware of the risks, Killian. Sometimes, in order to protect your pack, you must face the storm head-on. Killian shook his head. Thane is relentless. He doesn't just pursue, he hunts. And if he catches even a whiff of your involvement with Merrick, he won't be coming for him. He'll be coming for you. Is he a shifter? No, something worse. He can travel between realms. I don't know exactly what he is, but he holds authority backed by unknown powers. Kieran straightened his shoulders, a brief flicker of uncertainty quickly replaced by determination in his eyes. I've faced devils before. Thane is simply another name on the list. Killian stepped closer. It's not just about you now, Kieran. It's about our pack. If Thane believes we are protecting a criminal, it's not just your life at stake. I understand that completely. Our interests align here, Killian. It's not just my family or yours. It's our entire pack that could suffer if Alexandra Insulani's question turns out to be connected to us and we know nothing about it. I'm on it, Killian assured. You have the Alpha Challenge to deal with, and time isn't on our side, Kieran countered, his gaze piercing. Our family history hits a dead end in the 1300s. Alexandria's secrets are buried deeper. Marek's our best shot, and he's here today. Miss him, and we lose a month. Killian narrowed his eyes. Then we wait. But Kieran was unyielding, his steps determined as he brushed past Killian. Driven by instinct, Killian lunged, his hands locking around Kieran's neck. The raw power of his wolf was palpable, yet he held back, his alpha nature battling his protective instinct. That's when he felt it, the cold metal of a gun pressed against his abdomen. Kieran's voice was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the threat in his hand. You know I won't hesitate, Killian. You see me as just a human, but I'm not above pulling this trigger. You're tough. You'll heal. But I need you to understand I have to do this. Chilled to the bone by Kieran's resolve, Killian slowly released his grip, stepping back. Be careful, Kieran. Kieran nodded solemnly, the weight of his decision etched in his eyes. Careful is my middle name. I've got a family to protect too, Killian, in my own way. Before Kieran could step out the door, a sudden noise from Quinn's room halted both men in their tracks. They exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them before rushing toward her room. Bursting into the room, they were greeted by a scene of unsettling stillness. Quinn lay motionless on her bed, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths, unconscious but seemingly unharmed. Killian rushed to her side, his heart pounding. That's when he noticed it. A strange mark on her forehead. It wasn't a bruise or a cut, but a distinct symbol, as if someone had pressed a charm or talisman against her skin. The mark was intricate, a series of interlocking circles and lines that formed an esoteric pattern, reminiscent of alchemical sigils. Ciaran leaned in, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the symbol. This is a talisman mark. It's used in an ancient alchemical ritual to summon the mind and spirit. Killian murmured. It's like a maze, with spirals entwining around a central eye. What does it mean? Kieran's voice was low. It's an old alchemical symbol, representing the journey of the soul. The spirals signify transformation, the eye is knowledge. This ritual, it's not just about summoning, it's about control, about delving into the deepest recesses of the mind. Someone was trying to access her memories, her thoughts? Killian asked. Or plant new ones, Kieran added grimly. This ritual, it's dangerous. It can leave the mind fractured, lost in its own depths. Killian clenched his fists. Who would do this to her? Before Kieran could respond, they heard the sound of movement outside the window. Killian turned to Kieran. "Stay with her. I'll go after him." Kieran swore under his breath but nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Be careful." Killian didn't need to be told twice. He dashed to the window, leaping out with the agility of his wolf, landing softly on the ground. His senses heightened. He quickly picked up the intruder's trail. The chase was brief. Killian caught up with the shadowy figure tackling him to the ground. It was Lachlan, his expression one of surprise and fear. Killian's grip tightened, fury boiling within him. Killian pinned Lachlan to the ground, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. "What were you doing in my mother's room, Lachlan?" he growled, his voice laced with barely contained fury. Lachlan, despite being overpowered, wore a smug grin. Oh, Killian, always so protective of Mommy Dearest. It's almost touching, if it wasn't so pathetic. The alpha wolf in Killian bristled at the taunt, his grip tightening. "You're walking a thin line, Lachlan." "Am I?" Lachlan chuckled. "I was just curious about your bloodline, Killian. We all know about your little demon issue, but I wonder, was your birth even legitimate?" Killian's rage flared, the insult hitting too close to home. "Watch your mouth, Lachlan." Lachlan continued, "What's the matter, Killian? Afraid of the truth? I bet your dear mother's mind is a treasure trove of secrets. Maybe I should have dug a bit deeper." That was the last straw. Killian's hands moved instinctively to Lachlan's throat, his werewolf strength threatening to crush him. "You're dead, Lachlan!" Just then, Kieran burst onto the scene. "Killian, stop! You can't kill your people in your own property." "You left my mother alone?" Killian asked. "She's with Damien and Nina." Killian's muscles were tense, his entire body coiled like a spring, ready to unleash lethal force. "He's not my wolf. He threatened my mother, Kieran. He's not walking away from this." Kieran stepped closer, his voice calm but firm. "If you kill him now, you're playing right into his hands. We need him alive. We need information." Killian's breathing was heavy, his rage simmering just below the surface. But he knew Siren was right. With a final glare at Lachlan, he released his grip. Lachlan coughed, regaining his breath, a wicked smile still playing on his lips. "Looks like your little friend saved you, Killian. But we both know the truth, don't we?" Before Killian could react, a new shadow charged at Lachlan. Killian's instincts kicked in and he whirled around, positioning himself between Lachlan and the assailant. Siren, quick on his feet, drew his gun and pointed it at the attacker. "Hold it right there!" The shadowy figure halted. Killian recognized him. "Thane Morrows," he growled, his stance defensive. Thane, his eyes blazing with anger, glared at them. "Step aside, Killian. This doesn't concern you." Killian's voice was a low rumble of authority. "It does. He's a member of my pack. No matter what Lachlan has done, it's for us to judge, not an outsider like you, no matter how many badges or titles you flash." Thane's expression hardened, but he didn't lower his guard. "You're shielding a criminal, Killian. That puts your entire pack in jeopardy." Kieran chimed in with a smirk. "Well, looks like we're upgrading from family drama to pack-wide crime syndicate. Should we start printing our own wanted posters, or do you have that covered, Thane?" Killian shot Kieran a warning glance but didn't lose his focus on Thane. Lachlan took advantage of the distraction and fled the scene. Killian made a move to follow, but Kieran's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Killian turned toward Thane. "Lachlan's fate will be decided by the pack. We don't abandon our own, and we certainly don't hand them over to the likes of you. We need answers, Thane." "What did Lachlan do?" Thane scoffed. "That's my business, Killian. You're playing a dangerous game, and this isn't the end." With a final menacing look, Thane walked away, leaving Killian, Kieran, and Lachlan in the tense aftermath. Kieran holstered his gun and turned to Killian. Well, that escalated quickly, from family reunion to fugitives harboring in one night. Should we start planning our grand escape, or do you have a pack meeting scheduled for that? Killian couldn't help but crack a smile despite the gravity of the situation. Let's get back. We have a lot to discuss, and it seems our pack just got a whole lot more interesting. After this, I don't think Lachlan will be at the challenge today, and that's a good thing. Chapter 15. Ivy wove her way through the dense forest, her senses heightened by the task at hand. The early morning mist clung to her like an unwelcome companion. "Should have brought a thermos of coffee," she grumbled, swiping a wet leaf off her jacket. The vibrational pull she felt, a strange gift from her demon king father, guided her deeper into the woods. Ivy stopped, her eyes scanning the thick underbrush. A faint rustling caught her attention. Come out, wherever you are," she called out, half expecting the tiger to respond with a witty retort. As if on cue, the tiger emerged, a magnificent blend of grace and raw power. Ivy held out her hands in a peaceful gesture. "Hey there, big guy. I'm not here for a cat fight. More like a cat nap?" The tiger eyed her cautiously. Ivy's heart raced, not just from fear, but from the adrenaline of communicating with a spirited animal. "I've got a proposition for you. Hear me out," she said, keeping her voice steady. The tiger shifted its weight, its tail flicking with uncertainty. "Okay, here's the deal. Quinn, your human, doesn't want you caught by the bad guys. And honestly, neither do I. But she's kind of given me the green light to, well, send you off to eternal sleep." The tiger growled softly, and Ivy hastened to add, "But that's Plan Z. I'm more of a Plan A person. So how about we try something less drastic?" Taking another step forward, Ivy explained her plan. "I'm going to cast a protective spell around you. It's new, untested, and comes courtesy of my dear old demon dad. But it should keep you safe." The tiger's ears pricked up, and Ivy took it as a sign to continue. "To do this, I need you to take a little nap. Nothing permanent, just a temporary snooze. You trust me, right?" There was a moment of silence before the tiger sat down, almost as if it understood her. "Wow, okay. Didn't expect that to work," Ivy admitted, surprised. She focused, channeling the dark energy coursing through her. Ivy's hands glowed with a fiery aura, and she directed it toward the tiger. The creature's eyes grew heavy, and soon it lay down, its breathing deep and even. "Now for the fun part," Ivy muttered. She began to chant, her words echoing with ancient power. A protective barrier, shimmering with a sinister beauty, formed around the sleeping tiger. "If any force stronger than a demon king tries to break this, well, let's hope that's just in theory," she said, stepping back to admire her handiwork. She stood there for a moment, watching the tiger sleep peacefully within the magical shield. "Sleep tight. Don't let the dark forces bite," she quipped, her tone light but her heart heavy with the responsibility she now shouldered. Ivy turned and made her way back to the sanctuary, the weight of her newfound powers and the uncertainty of their effectiveness hanging over her. She had taken a risk, a gamble with stakes higher than she cared to admit, but it was a risk worth taking. Killian entered his mother's room, his movements automatic, a product of deep-rooted concern. But as he crossed the threshold, reality seemed to fracture, splintering into a haunting tableau that seized his senses with an iron grip. The room transformed before his eyes, bathed in an otherworldly blue light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It was as if the very air had become saturated with a surreal, phosphorescent glow, casting everything in a hauntingly beautiful, yet sinister hue. Blue glowing particles, like eerie will-o'-the-wisps, floated lazily through the air. They twirled and danced in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, creating an atmosphere that was both mesmerizing and deeply unsettling. The air was thick with their luminescence, casting long, ghostly shadows across the walls. The floor was a sea of blue flower petals, each one a perfect, delicate creation that seemed too pristine, too ethereal to be real. They lay in thick, undulating carpets, their edges curling slightly as if wilting under the weight of the scene they bore witness to. Amidst this surreal landscape were the wolves, or what remained of them. Their bodies lay scattered haphazardly, as if discarded by an indifferent hand. Each form was a tableau of tragic finality, their fur matted with dark crimson blood that stood in stark contrast to the surreal blue of their surroundings. Killian's heart raced, pounding against his chest with a ferocity that echoed the chaos around him. The scent of blood was thick in the air, metallic and pungent, mingling with the faint, earthy aroma of the petals. It was a scent that spoke of violence and loss, filling his senses with a primal, gut-wrenching dread. His breath caught in his throat as a wave of nausea and horror washed over him. The sight before him was one of unspeakable violence, a scene of devastation that he wouldn't comprehend. How could this be? Was he responsible for this carnage? But as quickly as the vision had come, it shattered, dissolving like mist under the morning sun. Reality snapped back into place with jarring suddenness. He found himself on the floor, gasping for air, the serene and unaltered room of his mother coming back into focus. Kieran, Damien, and Nina loomed over him, their faces etched with worry and confusion. Their voices reached him, muffled and distant, as he struggled to orient himself back to the present. As he stood, brushing off the non-existent petals, his mind reeled. The vision, Ivy's nightmare, had been so vivid, so visceral, that it left him shaken to his core. The connection with Ivy had never manifested this way before. This was different, more profound, more disturbing. He knew then, with a certainty that rooted itself deep within him, that he had to talk to Ivy about it. Whatever darkness was haunting her dreams was now reaching out to him, a shared terror that they needed to face together. "Killian, are you okay?" Kieran asked, his voice laced with worry. Killian shook his head, trying to clear the remnants of the vision. "Yeah, just tripped over my own feet. Clumsy, right?" Nina raised an eyebrow, not buying his excuse. "You don't just trip and pass out, Killian. What happened?" "I was practicing my dramatic entrance for the Alpha Challenge. Guess I need more rehearsal." Damien asked, "Your dramatic entrance involves fainting? That's a bold strategy." Changing the subject, he turned to Kieran. "Now that you've seen Thane, I hope you'll let go of the idea to meet with Merrick." Kieran chuckled. "On the contrary, I'll see what I can buy. And if Thane doesn't like it, he can kiss my backside because the next time he faces my gun, you won't be around to stop me. He may have authority in your world, but not in mine." As the group engaged in light-hearted banter, Killian couldn't shake off the unease that clung to him. The vision of the blue petals and lifeless wolves lingered in his mind, a dark omen that he couldn't ignore. "Ivy," he thought, his worry for her growing. "What are you going through?" He excused himself, stepping out of the room to get some fresh air. The sanctuary, usually a place of peace and strength, now felt like a cage, trapping him with his own restless thoughts. He looked up at the sky, the clouds drifting lazily above. "Ivy, come back safe," he silently urged, feeling the distance between them like a physical ache. He needed to see her. He wanted to be sure that she was all right. Ivy sat on the damp ground outside the sanctuary, her heart pounding against her chest like a trapped animal. The remnants of her dream clung to her like cobwebs, each strand a haunting echo of fear and confusion. She had seen this dream before, the same harrowing vision that had left her restless for days. It wasn't the repetition that angered her, it was the mystery, the unresolved question of why these visions plagued her. In her dream, the sanctuary was transformed into a nightmarish landscape. The sky was a deep, ominous blue, casting a spectral glow over everything. The ground was littered with blue petals, each one seeming to absorb the moonlight and reflect it back with an eerie luminescence. But it was the wolves that haunted her the most. Their bodies lay scattered across the ground, their once majestic forms now still and lifeless. Ivy's hands were covered in their blood, the sticky warmth of it a stark contrast to the cold fear in her heart. She remembered the feel of fur beneath her fingers, the silent plea in the wolves' lifeless eyes. It was a tableau of horror, one that suggested she was the architect of this destruction. And amidst the carnage, one detail stood out, a tuft of fur that looked hauntingly familiar. It was the same shade as Killian's spirited wolf, a realization that sent a fresh wave of terror through her. Could she harm Killian in some uncontrollable frenzy? The dream shifted, the scenery warping and twisting around her. She was no longer in the sanctuary, but standing in a vast, empty void. The blue light was all-consuming, its cold touch seeping into her bones. It was as if the dream was trying to tell her something, warn her of a potential future or a hidden truth. Shaking off the remnants of the vision, Ivy summoned Samuel, hoping for answers. Instead, to her surprise, it was Selene, the goddess, who appeared. Selene, with her smooth, almost lyrical voice, spoke with a hint of annoyance laced with curiosity. "Calling on dear old Dad and not your creator? I must say, Ivy, I'm hurt." Ivy's patience was thin. "I didn't call for a family reunion, Selene. I need answers." Selene floated closer, her gaze piercing. "Such dreams are more than mere figments of your imagination. They are a gateway to understanding your true essence." Ivy crossed her arms. "You're saying you can interpret them?" "I can do more than interpret, dear," Selena replied, her tone enigmatic. "But to do so, I need to delve into the depths of your mind." Ivy took a step back, skeptical. "And let you poke around in my head? No thanks." Selene's expression held a hint of disappointment. "I am more than just a curious goddess, Ivy. I am the one who breathed life into you. Your dreams are as much a part of me as they are of you." Ivy snorted. "Right, and I'm just supposed to trust you because of that?" Selene's eyes softened. "Trust is a two-way street, Ivy. I seek understanding as much as you do. Your visions are a puzzle to both of us." Despite her reservations, Ivy hesitated, her curiosity piqued. "What's the catch?" Selene's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Merely a glimpse into your mind. A small price for the truth." Ivy shook her head firmly. "I'll pass. I'm not ready to open that door, not even for a goddess." With a sigh, Selene began to fade away, her voice echoing. "Be wary, Ivy. The wolves in your dreams are not mere phantoms. They hold a truth you may not be ready to face." As Selene disappeared, Ivy's gaze drifted to the ground, where a single, distinctive wolf fur lay amidst the fallen leaves. Its color, a deep shade of gray, was hauntingly familiar, strikingly similar to Killian's spirited wolf. Ivy's breath hitched, the implication of Selene's words crashing over her like a wave. "Not just any wolves, but Killian's," she whispered to herself. The realization hit her like a punch, leaving her with more questions than answers. With a heavy heart, Ivy turned back towards the sanctuary, the words, "Not all wolves are what they seem," resonating in her mind, accompanied by the haunting image of that familiar fur. Chapter 16. The early morning haze at the sanctuary was thick with tension, the kind that precedes a storm. Kieran, dressed in a suit that screamed, "I mean business," strode confidently towards the chopper parked just beyond the fence. His expression was a mix of focus and mild annoyance, the latter mostly due to the two shadows tailing him, Ivy and Killian. Ivy, clutching her mystical tarot cards, couldn't help but let her frustration seep into her tone. "Kieran, you do realize you're heading out with the tower card hanging over your head? That's like inviting Murphy's Law to breakfast." "I don't need a fortune teller to know that Merrick won't wait, Ivy. We need the info he has." Killian, looming beside them with his alpha aura, added in a deep, authoritative tone. It's not the meeting, it's the timing that's wrong. Today isn't the day to leave the sanctuary. I'll be back before the alpha challenge, Killian. It's not about the challenge. It just feels wrong, Kieran. As they approached the fence line, the air thickened and crackled with unseen energy. Ivy's eyes darted beyond the barrier, widening in shock as she spotted ghostly apparitions swirling in the mist. There, can't you see them? Spirits. And one of them looks just similar to Tenzin, Ivy exclaimed. Kieran squinted into the fog and shook his head. She didn't expect him to be able to perceive the spirits. Killian, can you see them? Killian's frown deepened. It's not just any spirit, it's Tenzin. And if he's showing interest in you, it's personal, and not in a good way. How can you be sure he's interested in me, Killian? He wanted your blood back in Tibet. But now he's fixated on you, Kieran, Ivy insisted. He drew your blood before, but he never had a chance with Killian. Kieran's smirk faded, replaced by genuine concern. Has my blood turned into some sort of supernatural elixir? Killian lowered his voice. The supernatural have always coveted my blood because I am different. But for them to use it for any meaningful purpose, I would have to willingly offer it to them. And I would never do that. Now it seems that Tenzin has discovered that your blood possesses the same desirable qualities. And as a human, they could manipulate your mind to make you donate it to them. Killian trailed off as Kieran fell silent, lost in thought. Before anyone could say more, a sudden shift occurred. Kieran's confident stride faltered and his eyes glazed over as if drawn in by a mystical force. Ivy rushed over to Kieran. He's gone. Tenzin got him. She waved a hand in front of his face, but he seemed to be looking right through her. Juliet, Kieran muttered absently. He's seeing his late wife, Ivy explained, trying to hold him back as he pushed past her towards the fence. The haunting dance between Tenzin and the spirits beyond intensified, drawing Kieran further in. Ivy shook him by the shoulders. Siren, snap out of it. This is Tenzin's trick. But Kieran was seemingly in a trance now, pushing Ivy away and moving closer to the fence. Fuck me, Killian muttered under his breath. That's his only weakness. How did they know? Killian grabbed Kieran just before he reached the boundary. Do you recognize me, Kieran? Ivy asked again. Juliet. That's it. With a quick, forceful move, Killian knocked Kieran out, catching him in his arms before he hit the ground. Ivy rushed to their side. We need to get him back inside, and I need to beef up our magical defenses. Together, they carried Siren back into the sanctuary, crossing the protective barrier just in time. Ivy extended her hands, dark energy crackling at her fingertips. With a series of incantations, she reinforced the magical shield, pushing the lurking spirits back with a surge of demonic power. As the barrier sealed shut, the spirits, including the menacing form of Tenzin, recoiled, their attempts to breach the sanctuary thwarted. Siren, now safely inside, remained unconscious. We can't let him leave, not with Tenzin out there. He's staying put until we sort this out, Killian declared. Damien and Nina rushed in. What happened? Nina asked. The grand hall of the sanctuary buzzed with an electric energy, pulsating with the excitement and anticipation of the gathered wolves. Today was the day of the Alpha Challenge, a pivotal moment for the Kinneton Pack, and every eye was on Killian. As he and Damien approached the hall, the sense of expectation was palpable. Wolves of all ages, from elders to the youngest pups, mingled and chattered animatedly, their conversations a mix of eager speculation and proud declarations. Killian, feeling the weight of the occasion, scanned the crowd. His gaze was sharp, his posture radiating authority, yet his mind was elsewhere. He couldn't shake off the unease from the morning's events, the image of Kieran under Tenzin's spell still vivid in his thoughts. Damien, ever the loyal deputy, leaned in. We don't have Kieran, Ivy, and Nina with us. I'll do my best. But are you sure you're ready for this? As ready as I'll ever be, Killian replied, but his eyes kept searching the crowd. Lachlan was noticeably absent. Before he could ponder further, the Wolf Council, led by the venerable Merrick, approached. Merrick, a figure of respect and wisdom, bore a fair and just aura, his silver-streaked mane lending him an air of distinguished authority. "Killian," Merrick greeted, his voice deep and even. "The pack is eager to see you lead. Your father would be proud." Killian offered a nod of respect. "Thank you, Merrick. I hope to honor his legacy." Merrick handed Killian a scroll, the names of the 3 finalists inked in bold. As Killian unfurled it, he recognized each name, strong, honorable wolves who had proven their mettle. "These are good wolves," Killian murmured, a sense of relief washing over him. Damien peered at the scroll. "They'll give you a fair challenge, but none can match your strength, Killian." Killian's eyes met Merrick's. "Where's Lachlan? He's not among the contenders." Merrick's expression tightened subtly. Lachlan chose a different path. Today, focus on those who stand with the pack, not those who stray from it. Killian knew there was more to it, but he nodded, understanding the unspoken message. Today was about unity and strength, about proving his worth as alpha. The council members dispersed, leaving Killian and Damien amidst the throng of wolves. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wolf musk, the natural perfume of his people. Killian took a deep breath, steadying himself. Today he would face the challenge head-on, but in the back of his mind, Lachlan's shadow lingered, an unresolved threat that he couldn't ignore. As the wolves gathered around the center of the hall, where the challenge would take place, Killian's gaze drifted to the entrance. He half expected Ivy to walk through at any moment, her presence a source of calm amidst the storm. But the doorway remained empty, and Killian felt a pang of longing. He needed her now, more than ever. At the sanctuary, Kieran's eyes fluttered open to find himself surrounded by a curious quartet of furry companions, each with their own inquisitive expressions. Snuggleworth, Samba, and Pixie, the loyal pets of his captor Nina, seemed to be guarding him as he lay tied up on her sofa. "Well, this is quite the unexpected wake-up call," Kieran quipped with a wry smile as Nina walked into view. Nina stood with her arms crossed, a smug smirk playing on her lips. "Just taking precautions. Ivy's orders. She's busy dealing with Quinn's tiger situation." Siren let out a theatrical eye roll. "Ah, nothing says trust like some good old-fashioned rope." "Sorry, no high-tech restraints available," Nina retorted with a playful glint in her eye. Kieran couldn't resist a grin. "Well, if that's the case, maybe I should invest in some for you. What do you say? How about funding that nanotech lab you've been dreaming about? Think of the gadgets you could create." Nina's eyes widened in surprise. Then she quickly composed herself. "You're not serious?" "I'm always serious when it comes to business," Kieran replied smoothly. "Imagine having your own lab with cutting-edge technology at your fingertips." Nina hesitated for a moment before relenting and beginning to untie him. "I'm holding you to that promise, but if you try anything funny..." Kieran held up his hands in mock surrender. "Wouldn't dream of it. I'm a man of my word." Suddenly, Quinn's panicked voice echoed through the corridor. Kieran's heart pounded against his chest as he quickly rose to his feet, his instincts screaming at him to run toward the source of sound. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the commotion with Nina close behind, both fueled by adrenaline and fear. In the room, Lachlan towered over Quinn, like a predator eyeing its prey, his eyes sparkling cruelly. Sierran's blood boiled with an intense mix of anger and protectiveness as he swiftly raised his gun, aiming it directly at Lachlan's head. "You're done, Lachlan. Time to say goodnight." But just as Kieran's finger tensed on the trigger, Ivy burst in, her hand shooting out to stop him. "Hold up, Kieran! Blasting his brains out won't solve anything. It'll just screw things up for Killian as alpha." Kieran's arm trembled as rage washed over him. Slowly, grudgingly, he lowered the gun. Ivy faced Kieran, her stance resolute but her eyes filled with a mix of relief and concern. We gotta think pack first, Kieran. We can't let a murder go down on our turf. Kieran, his anger simmering beneath a veneer of control, slid the gun back into its holster with a click that echoed in the tense room. All right, but if that bastard hurts any of us, all bets are off. Ivy's eyes flashed, her voice sharp and uncompromising. Lachlan, if you've got even a shred of guts, come and challenge Killian face to face. Stop sneaking around like some spineless rat. Lachlan, quick to seize the opportunity, gave a mocking smirk and slinked away, disappearing into the shadows. Ivy smiled. Quinn, I've returned your tiger. As they turned around, a chilling scene unfolded before their eyes. Quinn was clutching her neck, her fingers trembling around her jugular. With a slow, deliberate movement, she pulled out a thin needle, its tip stained with a sinister residue. The room fell into a stunned silence, broken only by the sound of Quinn's shallow breaths. Ivy, Kieran, and Nina exchanged panicked glances, each grappling with the gravity of the situation. What the hell is that? Kieran asked, as he took a step closer, his eyes fixed on the needle in Quinn's hand. It's poison, Quinn said, surprisingly calm despite the dire circumstances. Kieran examined the needle closely. This looks like a sophisticated compound. Nina, do we have access to a high-resolution mass spectrometer? We need to identify the formula fast. Nina's eyes lit up at the challenge. I can use Killian's lab. Kieran shook his head. It's too far. I don't think Quinn has that much time. I can use healing magic. It will help, but you'll still need an antidote, Ivy said. Quinn, despite the growing discomfort from the poison coursing through her veins, remained composed. As Ivy's healing magic enveloped her, she spoke, her voice steady yet tinged with concern. Don't let Killian know about this. He needs to focus on the Alpha challenge. This can't be a distraction for him. Ivy paused her incantation, looking into Quinn's eyes, filled with a mother's unwavering dedication to her son. Quinn, you're more important than any challenge. Quinn shook her head slightly. No, Ivy. Killian's destiny, his role as Alpha, it's bigger than me, bigger than any personal issue. He has to stand strong for the pack, now more than ever. Ivy sighed but respected Quinn's wishes. All right, but we're going to do everything we can to fix this. Kieran and Nina are on it, and my magic should keep the worst at bay until they return. Quinn nodded, a small smile of gratitude crossing her lips. Thank you, Ivy. You're more a part of this pack than you realize. She placed the necklace with the strange charm into Ivy's hand. In case I don't make it, this is now yours. This will help Killian understand his true origin. He's our son always, but there is more to it. You are his soulmate, and his secrets are yours to keep. She looked up at Kieran and Nina. You are his family, his friends, and his confidants. He is an Alpha, and he will protect you all. Chapter 17. The grand hall of the sanctuary buzzed with palpable energy, the air charged with the raw anticipation of the Alpha challenge. Killian stood, a commanding figure, observing the final moments of the contest that would determine his opponent. His gaze rested on the last wolf standing, a formidable contender named Gareth. Killian respected him, recognized his strength and valor, qualities that made him a worthy opponent. Gareth's eyes met Killian's, acknowledging the unspoken respect between two warriors. The gathered wolves hushed, sensing the imminent clash of their Alpha and this valiant wolf. The atmosphere was thick with expectation, the crowd's excitement a living, breathing entity in the hall. As Gareth prepared himself, flexing his muscles in anticipation, Killian felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal excitement for the challenge. The air was ripe with the scent of pine and earth, the natural aromas of their kind, adding to the intensity of the moment. But before Gareth could step forward, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Lachlan, with a wild and violent energy, burst through the crowd. Without a word, he launched himself at Gareth, his movement swift and brutal. The hall erupted in gasps and shouts as Lachlan savagely attacked, ending Gareth's life in a matter of seconds. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, the shock palpable in the air. Killian's fists clenched, his body rigid with fury and disbelief. "This violence! It was unnecessary, Lachlan!" he roared, his voice reverberating through the hall. Lachlan stood over his victim, his chest heaving, his eyes wild. "Afraid to lose, Killian?" he taunted, a sneer curling his lips. "There's a clause in our laws, an exception. A member can challenge the alpha if he defeats the final contender. It's my right to take this shortcut." The pack murmured amongst themselves, the tension escalating. Killian's anger simmered, a dangerous fire just beneath the surface. He knew he had to control his rising adrenaline. The demon blood within him threatened to ignite at any provocation. Gareth's lifeless body lay as a grim testament to Lachlan's ambition and ruthlessness. Killian's eyes blazed with a cold fury, his every instinct screaming for retribution. Yet he knew he had to maintain his composure, for the sake of his pack and his own soul. The Wolf Council members exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mix of shock and disapproval. Merrick stepped forward, his voice steady but laced with disappointment. "This act of violence goes against the spirit of our traditions, Lachlan. You have the right to challenge, but at what cost?" Lachlan shrugged, his arrogance unfazed. "I'm not here for tradition, Merrick. I'm here for power." Killian's gaze fixed on Lachlan, his voice a low growl. "You may have earned your fight, but you've lost the respect of this pack. Prepare yourself, Lachlan. I won't hold back." The pack members whispered amongst themselves, their respect for Killian evident in their hushed tones. The air was thick with anticipation, a storm brewing in the heart of the sanctuary. Lachlan smirked, the thrill of the challenge gleaming in his eyes. "Bring it on, Alpha. Let's see what you're really made of." Killian took a deep breath, channeling his rage into focus. He would face Lachlan, not just as an alpha, but as a protector of his pack's honor and integrity. This fight was more than a challenge. It was a statement of his unwavering resolve to lead and protect his pack from threats within and without. The air in the grand hall crackled with tension, the wolves' eyes locked on the center stage where Killian and Lachlan faced off. Killian, the embodiment of controlled fury, stood opposite Lachlan, who bore a smug, challenging smirk. As the fight commenced, Lachlan wasted no time in trying to provoke Killian. He danced around Killian, his movements calculated and mocking, aiming not just to fight, but to incite Killian's deepest rage. "How does it feel, Killian, being an outsider, an Irish wolf in Australian clothing, with blood not pure enough for the traditionalists?" Each word was a needle poking at Killian's composure. He responded with a swift, powerful blow that sent Lachlan staggering back, blood dripping from his lip. But Lachlan was relentless, his voice dripping with venom. "And your mate, Ivy, she's not even a wolf. Tainted blood, just like yours. How can you protect her when you couldn't even save Aaron?" Killian's fists clenched tighter, his strikes becoming more ferocious, each hit landing with bone-crushing force. Lachlan, however, endured it all, his taunts growing more personal, more cutting. "You call yourself an alpha, but what are you really protecting, Killian? A pack that questions your lineage, a mate whose very essence is a mystery." Lachlan's words hit like daggers, each one designed to unravel Killian's self-control. His attacks were not just physical, but psychological, aiming to unearth Killian's deepest fears and insecurities. Killian's eyes blazed with a dangerous fire, his control slipping as Lachlan's provocations hit closer to home. With every strike, Lachlan's body bore the marks of Killian's wrath, yet he persisted, his survival instinct as strong as his desire to dethrone the alpha. In a final, desperate bid to break Killian, Lachlan played his cruelest card. "Oh, and Quinn, your dear mother. I made sure she suffered before injecting her with a concoction that will slowly erode her mind." With a twisted grin, he threw Quinn's hairpin to the ground, a small, intricately crafted piece cradling a tiny, deep blue sapphire stone. A little souvenir from our encounter. That was the breaking point. Killian's world turned red, the edges of his vision blurring as the demon blood within him roared to life. He lunged at Lachlan with a primal ferocity, his fists raised, ready to unleash the full might of his inner demon. The crowd gasped, the tension in the air palpable. Lachlan's face, once smug and taunting, now bore an expression of genuine fear. He had pushed Killian to the brink, and now he was about to face the consequences of his actions. Killian's hands transformed, claws extending, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. He was moments away from losing himself to the demon inside, ready to strike a blow that would end Lachlan's life and his own chance at being Alpha. The hall held its breath, awaiting the inevitable clash that would determine the fate of the Kinniton pack. In the grand hall of the sanctuary, a charged silence hung in the air as Killian, his fists clenched, prepared to unleash the fury within him upon Lachlan. But in a moment that split time, Ivy, embodying a tempest of resolution and deep affection, dashed across the hall with a swiftness that defied nature. She interposed herself between Killian and Lachlan, her form undergoing a transformation that arrested every gaze in the room. Her skin shimmered into an otherworldly pallor, her eyes ablaze with a demonic fire, both alarming and captivating. Killian, caught between his primal rage and awe, watched as Ivy, now a vision of demonic power, subdued Lachlan with an effortless grace. It was a dance of shadows and light, a display of strength that belied her human form. Her movements, swift and decisive, sealed Lachlan's fate. The wolves, gathered in the hall, watched in stunned silence. Ivy, standing in her true form, was a revelation of fear and beauty. She uttered an incantation, ancient and resonant, and before the pack, Lachlan's true soul was laid bare, a grotesque shadow enslaved to darker powers. Killian felt a surge of emotions as he witnessed Ivy's true nature unveiled. There was pride in her strength, love for her courage, and a deep-seated devastation at the revelation and its implications. Ivy had laid bare her soul to save him, to protect their pack, revealing a truth that went beyond mere appearances. As Lachlan's soul withered under Ivy's spell, a hushed realization swept through the hall. Ivy, though demon in form, held a composure that spoke of her humanity, her control over the immense power she wielded. The Wolf Council, led by Merrick, Lachlan's father, observed the scene with a mix of sorrow and acceptance. Merrick spoke with a heavy heart. "I do not seek vengeance for my son. His path had strayed far from our ways." He turned his gaze to Killian, his voice solemn. "Killian, you have shown restraint and strength today. You are worthy to be our Alpha. But," his eyes flickered to Ivy, "the matter of your mate, a demon who has slain a wolf, cannot be overlooked." The hall stirred with murmurs, the wolves grappling with the reality before them. Ivy, still in her demonic guise, turned to Killian. Her eyes, ablaze with otherworldly fire, were also filled with love and a silent plea for understanding. Killian's heart ached as he beheld Ivy, torn between his role as Alpha and his deep love for her. The council's eyes were upon him, reflecting the fear, respect, and uncertainty that filled the room. Ivy's choice to reveal her true self, to protect him and expose the truth behind Lachlan's malevolence, had irrevocably altered the fabric of their pack. Now, standing before his people and the woman he loved, Killian faced a future where the lines between love, duty, and identity were irrevocably blurred. In the midst of the tense atmosphere of the grand hall where whispers and gasps still lingered, Ivy turned to face Killian. Her demonic form, striking and fearsome, contrasted sharply with the vulnerability in her voice. "Killian," she began, her voice soft yet carrying the weight of her decision. "Quinn is safe. Kieran and Nina are with her. She's out of danger." Killian stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on Ivy as she delivered her heart-wrenching speech. Every word she spoke seemed to carve a deeper chasm in his heart. He watched, a sense of helplessness washing over him, as the woman he loved, the woman who had become the center of his world, prepared to walk away from him forever. "I love you, Killian." Ivy's voice was a soft, sorrowful melody in the tense silence of the hall. "You gave me a life I never knew I could have, a chance to feel, to be human. But I'm releasing you, Killian, as my mate. You're free now, free to choose someone who can stand by your side, as an alpha, as a man. Someone who can be a part of this world, your world." Killian's throat tightened, words failing him. The man who always had a command over his words now found himself drowning in emotions too powerful to articulate. "I can't stay," Ivy continued, the demonic aura around her flickering with the intensity of her emotions. "I belong to another world now, and you deserve someone who can stand by your side, in this world, in your life." Killian took a step towards her, his hand outstretched, yearning to bridge the physical and emotional distance between them. "Ivy, please." His voice cracked, laden with a turmoil of emotions. Ivy stepped back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting the pain and love that swirled within them. "You have a destiny, Killian. As the alpha, you need a mate who can be part of that journey, not someone who casts shadows and doubt." The words struck Killian like a physical blow, and his outstretched hand fell limply to his side. The realization that he was losing her, that she was choosing to leave to protect him and the pack, was a bitter pill to swallow. "You are my mate," he managed to choke out, his voice barely above a whisper. "My heart chose you. I don't want anyone else." Ivy shook her head, a lone tear escaping down her cheek. "I will always love you, but I must do this. For us. For the pack. You must be free to lead them. Unburdened." With those final words, Ivy turned away, her form starting to fade, leaving behind a trail of ethereal light. The demon aura that surrounded her seemed to echo her turmoil, a storm of power and emotion. Killian reached out again, a futile gesture, as if he could somehow hold on to her, keep her from disappearing. "Ivy, don't do this." But it was too late. Ivy was gone, leaving Killian standing alone in the center of the hall, surrounded by his pack, yet feeling more isolated than ever. The overwhelming sense of loss gripped him, a deep, aching void where Ivy's presence had once filled his life. The pack watched in respectful silence, understanding the depth of their alpha's loss. In that moment, Killian felt not only the weight of his title, but the profound sorrow of a love lost, a connection severed by circumstances beyond their control. His heart, once full of love and hope, now lay shattered, the pieces scattered in the space Ivy had vacated. The silence of the hall was a deafening testament to the sacrifice made, a love so profound it transcended realms, yet so tragically separated by the very same forces. Chapter 18. With each step, Ivy's anger grew more intense, her feet pounding the ground with a fierce purpose. The weight of her recent heartache and separation from Killian was like a physical burden on her shoulders, but it only fueled the raw and turbulent emotions within her. Her human form, now restored, concealed the demon that had been unleashed just moments ago, yet the power and resolve it had ignited still glinted in her eyes. As she approached the sanctuary, Tenzin, leading the spirits, prowled the fence line in a menacing display of their presence. "Step aside," Ivy hissed through gritted teeth, her voice laced with venom. "I will not let you harm those I love." Tenzin laughed mockingly. "You have no authority over us, demon. We are too strong for you to defeat." Ivy's eyes blazed with fury as she raised her hands toward Tenzin. "But I do have power," she growled, "and I will use it to protect my family." With a primal scream, she unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, casting a spell of finality and obliteration. Caught in the maelstrom, Tenzin's spirit was ripped from the earthly plane and cast into the void, his existence obliterated forever. Ivy stood panting, her chest heaving with exertion. She had won this battle, but she knew there would be many more to come. But as long as she could protect those she loved, she was willing to face any challenge. As the last echoes of Tenzin's existence faded, Ivy felt a momentary sense of triumph. But it was quickly overshadowed by the emptiness that gnawed at her heart. As Ivy entered the sanctuary, her body was tense with anticipation. She found Kieran, Nina, and Quinn in the living room, their faces a mix of relief and concern. "Where's Tenzin?" Kieran asked, his voice rough with worry. "I took care of him," Ivy replied, trying to keep her cool demeanor intact. But inside, she was a maelstrom of emotions. Fear, anger, grief, they all fought for dominance within her. Kieran narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was off. "What happened?" Ivy forced herself to meet his gaze, but it was difficult to maintain the facade. "He won't be a threat anymore." Nina reached out a comforting hand, but Ivy shrugged it off. She couldn't let them see her vulnerable side. Kieran's expression softened as he studied her carefully. "And what about you, Ivy? Are you all right?" The question hit her like a blow to the chest. She struggled to keep her composure, but she could feel everything starting to unravel. "I'm fine," she replied sharply, hoping to end the conversation. But Kieran wasn't easily deterred. "You don't have to be strong all the time, Ivy," he said gently. "It's okay to—" But before he could finish his sentence, Ivy felt a wave of emotion overtake her. With a sob caught in her throat, she turned and fled from the room, unable to face their sympathy or pity. She ran through the sanctuary and out into the open field outside, collapsing onto the grass as tears streamed down her face in uncontrollable sobs. Her facade had finally shattered under the weight of her emotions. She surged to her feet and ran once more. Perhaps it was the wolf blood within her, a trait she shared with Killian. Like a wolf, she needed to run. The cool air brushed against her skin as she ran, her feet carrying her away from the sanctuary, from the questions, from the pain. The field stretched out before her, a vast expanse of space where she could let her guard down, where she could allow herself to feel the full extent of her heartache. Alone under the vast sky, Ivy finally allowed the tears to fall. Each drop was a testament to the love she had for Killian, to the sacrifice she had made. Here, in the solitude of nature, she allowed herself to grieve, to mourn the loss of what could have been. The sanctuary, once a place of refuge and belonging, now felt like a cage, trapping her with her own thoughts, her own broken heart. The field, with its open expanse, offered her a temporary escape, a place to breathe, to weep, to heal. As Ivy stood gazing out over the rolling hills, her thoughts a whirlwind of emotion, she barely registered Killian's approach until he was right beside her. His presence, usually so commanding, felt different now, tinged with vulnerability and an earnest plea for understanding. "You would leave me, just like that." "Ivy, I have no choice. I know this is hard, Ivy. I know what you've sacrificed, but I'm asking you. Give us another chance. Trust me to make this work." Ivy's heart ached at his words. She wanted to believe him. "I don't know, Killian. Living as a demon, in your world, it's—" Killian stepped closer, his presence commanding yet gentle. "Remember the first time we met? You didn't even know who I was. You were busy putting a guy twice your size in his place with an Aikido move that would make a sensei proud. A faint smile touched Ivy's lips at the memory. He needed to learn some manners. And you taught him. That's who you are, Ivy. You care about the small things, the details that I, as an alpha, often overlook. You face the problem. You don't walk away. It wasn't just about your skills or your power. It was about your spirit, your heart. You stand up for what's right, regardless of who you're facing. Ivy turned to face him, his words stirring memories of their first encounter, of the passion and fire she'd felt, defending an underdog. Killian's eyes held hers, radiating not just love, but a deep respect. You have this incredible strength, Ivy. You see the world differently. And that's something I've learned to cherish. You've opened my eyes to so much. He stepped closer, his hand reaching out to gently touch her arm. I spent years not knowing my mother was a captive, thinking she was just sick. But you met her once and you set her tiger free, helped her regain her mind. When you saved my mother's spirit tiger, it wasn't just about freeing an animal. It was about understanding and compassion, qualities that define you. Ivy felt a lump in her throat as his words washed over her. The memory of that moment, the fierce joy in Quinn's eyes, resonated within her. And in the underworld, Killian continued, his voice growing softer, blind and lost, you still found me. That wasn't just chance, Ivy. That was us. That's our connection. Tears blurred Ivy's vision, each word from Killian unraveling the wall she'd built around her heart. The memory of their reunion in the underworld, the overwhelming relief of finding each other, flooded back to her. Killian gently cupped her face, his thumbs brushing away her tears. You're not just part of my life, Ivy. You are my life. Without you, I'm just incomplete. You're the piece I didn't know was missing. He paused, his gaze searching hers. You're the reason I believe in a future worth fighting for. A future where we're together, not just as an alpha and a mate, but as equals, as partners. Ivy's heart felt like it might burst. Killian's words, his emotions, reached deep into her soul, touching a part of her she'd thought was lost. You've shown me a world where strength isn't just physical, where being an alpha means being compassionate, being human. And I need you, Ivy, more than you can imagine. The intensity of his gaze, the sincerity in his voice broke down the last of Ivy's defenses. She realized then that Killian wasn't just asking her to stay. He was offering her a life where she could be herself, where she could love and be loved, unconditionally. With a trembling breath, Ivy leaned into him, her head resting against his chest. Killian, I don't know what to say. Just say you'll stay, Killian whispered, his arms wrapping around her. Say you'll give us a chance to build something beautiful together. Ivy closed her eyes, allowing herself to melt into his embrace. In that moment, she knew they were meant to be together, to face the world as one. Their love was a rare kind of magic, one that transcended realms and defied norms. Together, they walked back to the grand hall, hand in hand, ready to face whatever the future held. Ivy knew now that with Killian by her side, she could conquer anything. And perhaps, just perhaps, they could write a new destiny, one where love was the greatest strength of all. A jolt of electricity shot through Ivy's body, a familiar yet always unexpected sensation. Her magical tarot deck was calling to her, its power pulsing under her touch. With a gulp, she reached into her pocket and retrieved the deck. Her fingers trembled as she fanned through the cards, each one crackling with an otherworldly energy that sent shivers down her spine. But then one card seemed to vibrate with an intensity that matched the racing beat of her heart. She pulled it out and held it up before her eyes. To anyone else, it would appear as a blank piece of cardstock, devoid of any meaning or imagery. But Ivy saw the vivid scene painted on its surface, that of the crossroads. The card depicted a dense, dark forest, shrouded in an impenetrable mist, its winding paths branching off into two ominous directions. It was a powerful symbol, representing a pivotal moment of decision and change in their lives. But more than that, it signified the looming challenges and trials that lay ahead in the shadows of their future. Ivy's chest tightened with the weight of the card's implications. With a heavy heart, she returned it to the deck and slid it back into her pocket, her expression grave and contemplative. Killian's eyes searched hers with worry. What did the card reveal? Ivy met his gaze. It's time to make a choice, and it won't be an easy one. Chapter 19. As Killian led Ivy by the hand into the grand hall of the sanctuary, each step they took felt profound, almost ceremonial. The hall, usually a place of rugged simplicity, adorned with symbols of the pack's heritage, now seemed transformed, imbued with a new significance. The wooden walls, etched with the histories and victories of the Kinniton pack, seemed to watch over them, silent witnesses to a moment that would redefine their future. The pack members, still reeling from the recent tumult, turned their eyes towards them. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, a mixture of awe, uncertainty, and curiosity. The memory of the recent confrontation still lingered like a shadow, but Killian's presence, with Ivy at his side, brought a palpable shift in the atmosphere. "Show them, Ivy," Killian urged gently, his voice filled with pride and love. "Show them the real you, the incredible being I have come to love." Ivy's eyes met his, a storm of emotions swirling within them. Then, with a grace that defied the brute force of her transformation, she shifted into her true form. Her body shimmered and contorted, the air around her crackling with raw, demonic energy. The transformation was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a spectacle of true power unleashed. As the demon form took shape, Ivy stood tall and magnificent. Her skin was a tapestry of ethereal patterns, glowing softly in the dim light of the hall. Her eyes, once a warm human brown, now blazed with a fiery intensity, a window into a soul both ancient and wild. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, the pack members taken aback by the sheer majesty of her demon form. It was a form that spoke of otherworldly realms, of power untamed and unbound by the laws of their world. Yet for Killian, every fiber of his being resonated with love for this creature before him. She was not just a demon, she was Ivy, his mate, his equal. In her, he saw strength, courage, and a heart capable of boundless love. Her transformation only magnified these qualities, making her all the more magnificent in his eyes. "Ivy," he said, his voice reverberating through the hall, "is my chosen mate. Her strength is her own, and it complements the pack, not diminishes it. She stands with me, not behind me." Ivy, in her demon form, stood proudly beside Killian, her gaze sweeping over the pack. In her eyes there was a challenge, a dare for anyone to question her place by Killian's side. The wolves of the Kinniton pack, always attuned to strength and power, began to murmur among themselves. Some looked on with respect, others with a newfound understanding. The presence of such a powerful being, allied with their alpha, was not something to be taken lightly. Merrick stepped forward, his expression a mix of respect and caution. "Killian, your choice is unconventional, but your leadership has always been guided by strength and wisdom. We trust your judgment." Killian nodded, his hand squeezing Ivy's. "Our pack is strong because we embrace our differences, our unique strengths. Ivy is part of that strength now." Ivy, still in her demon form, let out a soft, rumbling sound that might have been a chuckle. The sound sent shivers down the spines of the pack members, yet there was no malice in it, only a deep, resonating joy. The grand hall of the Kinniton pack crackled with an electric tension, a storm of dissent brewing among the gathered members. Whispers and murmurs swirled like a tempest as Lachlan's old allies, faces twisted in indignation, rose to challenge the scene unfolding before them. "This is not the way of the pack," one of them, a grizzled elder with a scarred muzzle, spoke up. "An alpha bonded to a demon. It goes against everything we stand for." Others nodded in agreement, their murmurs growing louder, fueled by the unrest. Killian, standing tall and unflinching beside Ivy, met their gazes head-on. "I understand your concerns," he began, his voice steady and commanding. "Yes, my acceptance of Ivy and her demon blood is unconventional, but it is my pack, and as Alpha, I am tasked with leading us into the future, a future where strength comes in many forms." He paused, letting his words sink in. "If you choose to stand with us, you are welcome. If not, you are free to leave. The Kinniton pack is breaking from convention, and I will lead those who are willing to embrace this new path." The hall erupted into heated debates, the pack members torn between their loyalty to Killian and their adherence to tradition. As voices rose in a cacophony of dissent and support, some members began to leave, unable to reconcile with the radical change. As the tension in the grand hall of the Kinniton pack reached its zenith, the air was thick with the weight of decision. The members, now faced with a clear choice, began to make their decision. One by one, some members, unable to align with the new path laid out by Killian, made their way toward the exit, their departure marked by a heavy, respectful silence. Yet for each member who left, there were those who remained, their eyes resolute and unwavering. These wolves, standing firm in their decision, watched their departing brethren with a mix of sadness and determination. It was a poignant moment, marking both an end and a new beginning. Killian, his gaze following each member who left, then turned to address those who stayed. "Thank you," he said. "I understand the sacrifice you are making by choosing this path. Our pack has diminished in number, and with it, our territories and influence might be affected. But the strength of our conviction will see us through. We stand together, united in our diversity and resilience." The remaining members nodded in agreement, their commitment to Killian and the new direction of the pack unshakable. They understood the risks, yet they chose to stay, driven by a belief in Killian's vision and leadership. As the last echoes of dissent faded from the grand hall, the atmosphere shifted palpably with the entrance of Siren, flanked by Nina and Damien. His eyes immediately found Ivy, transformed in her resplendent demonic form, and he couldn't help but let out a whistle of admiration. "Magnificent," he declared, his voice rich with genuine awe. Ivy smiled and transformed back into her human form. "Impressive, Ivy. You're in control of your majestic appearance." Siren laughed. Sharon then turned toward the pack. "While I'm dazzled by Ivy's new look, I'm here on more than just a social call. The Kinniton pack, under its bold new leadership, has my full support. Financially, of course." Killian raised an eyebrow, curious but cautious. "And what's the catch, Kieran? You don't usually offer charity." Kieran flashed a cunning grin. "You know me too well, cousin. In exchange for my backing, I'm eyeing a partnership. Your logistics network combined with my pharmaceutical empire, especially in those hard-to-reach places. I bring in my fleet of high-speed transports and top-tier data management software." Killian crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. "Sounds like a fair deal, but what's your price?" 40% ownership in the Kinniton pack's business ventures," Kieran stated, his tone laced with a mix of jest and seriousness. Killian scoffed, amused. 40%? Dream on, Kieran. 20%, and that's me being generous." Kieran pretended to ponder, tapping his chin theatrically. 30%, and that's me being a benevolent cousin." Killian and Kieran locked eyes, a silent battle of wills playing out between them. After a moment, Killian cracked a smile, extending his hand. 30% it is, but remember, You're getting more than just a business deal. You're investing in family. Chiron shook Killian's hand firmly, his smile broadening. Family indeed. Who would have thought the two black sheep of the clan would end up steering the ship? The room filled with a light-hearted chuckle, the tension of earlier dissolving into a warm, familial atmosphere. Damien and Nina joined in the banter, the unity of the group a stark contrast to the fragmented pack they had witnessed moments ago. "As long as you remember, Ciaran," Killian added with a wink, "I'm the captain of this ship." "Captain and a demon's mate," Ciaran quipped back. "Now that's a story for the ages." The Kinneton pack, under its new leadership and with its newfound alliances, stood on the brink of a bold new era, one where convention was challenged and diversity was not just accepted, but celebrated. The hall buzzed with a renewed sense of purpose and unity, the pack stronger for the challenges it had faced and overcome. As the echoes of laughter and warm banter faded, Ivy, still caught in the whirlwind of the day's events, felt a familiar vibration from her pocket. Pulling out her mystical tarot deck, she flipped through the cards with a sense of foreboding. Her fingers stopped on one particular card, the Six of Wands. The image on the card was vivid and clear in her eyes, a figure on horseback, crowned with a wreath of victory, yet the horse's eyes held a wariness, a hint of battles yet to come. Killian leaned in. "What is it showing you now, Ivy?" She looked at him and decided she wasn't going to lie. "It's a victory card." "A victory?" Killian's eyes lit up, but he caught the edge in her tone. Ivy nodded slowly. "Yes, a victory. But it's like standing at a crossroads. One path leads to celebration, the other, to battles not yet fought." Killian's expression sobered, understanding dawning in his eyes. "So, this isn't the end?" "It's more like a pause," Ivy said, tucking the card back into the deck. "A moment to catch our breath before the storm." Killian wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "Whatever comes, we'll face it together." Ivy leaned into his embrace, her mind racing. The Six of Wands had spoken of victory, yet its message was clear. This was but a prelude to a greater challenge, a hint of a destiny still shrouded in mystery. Chapter 20. Ivy strolled through the sanctuary's grounds, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. She needed this quiet moment to regain her bearings and process the tumultuous events that had reshaped her life. Lost in thought, she wandered until she saw a familiar figure materialize before her. It was Samuel. "I'm glad you've accepted your true form, daughter," he said with a smile. She scowled. Samuel chuckled. "Come now, it's time for us to accept our relationship as well. One drop of blood is all it takes to make us family." She bit her bottom lip. He was right. Acceptance would bring her peace. Meeting his gaze, she nodded. "Okay, it's a deal." "A deal? You've spent too much time with Killian's cousin, Ivy. Familial relations aren't something you can negotiate," Samuel scolded playfully, but there was no real heat behind his words. "Oh, indeed, this is exactly what you do, Samuel. You wheel and deal, bargaining to make things go your way," said Celine as she appeared before them. Celine, the self-proclaimed goddess and Ivy's supposed creator, entered with her usual grace and poise. "Ah, family reunions," Ivy quipped dryly, watching them with an amused yet wary eye. Celine's smile was serene, almost ethereal. "Ivy, it's time you joined us. Your place isn't just among the wolves." Samuel, with his commanding presence, chimed in, his voice deep and resonant. "She's right, though it pains me to agree with her. You belong to a world beyond this." Ivy folded her arms. "And let me guess, you both want to whisk me away to your respective realms, a goddess's paradise and a demon king's domain?" Celine's eyes glimmered with a persuasive light. "Think of the possibilities, Ivy. The upper realms offer knowledge and power beyond your wildest dreams." Samuel scoffed. "Please, the upper realms are a bore. Ivy, the underworld is where the real action is. Plus, I make a mean underworld brew. Ivy couldn't help but laugh. Tempting, but I don't think either of your realms serve coffee, and I'm not sure I can live without that. Selene sighed, a hint of exasperation in her tone. It's not about coffee, Ivy. It's about embracing your true nature. Samuel's eyes flickered with a dangerous glint as he spat his words at Ivy. Don't listen to her. She's just a puppet for the forces of order and control. With me, you'll have true power and freedom. Ivy's eyebrow shot up in disbelief. Freedom in the underworld? That sounds like a sick joke. Selene stepped forward, her voice laced with urgency. Ivy, please think logically. The upper realms offer enlightenment and tranquility. The underworld and its shapeshifter allies only bring chaos and destruction. They cannot be trusted. Enough, Selene! Samuel bellowed, cutting off her words. What happened between you and Alexandra is your own fault. You don't know the whole story, Selene retorted, her eyes blazing with anger. I know enough to know that Ivy and people in the LeBlancs had nothing to do with it, Samuel countered, his voice dripping with disdain. Nobody knows for sure, Selene seethed. Enough from both of you, Ivy interjected, her voice rising above theirs. I am my own person, and I will make my own decisions. Right now, I have no intention of siding with either of you. For a moment, Selene and Samuel's long-standing rivalry was put on hold as they both turned to face Ivy with a shared goal, convincing her to join their side. We just want what's best for you, Ivy, Selene said softly, and we both know you're destined for greater things, added Samuel. Ivy took a deep breath, her gaze drifting to the horizon. I appreciate the concern, really, but for now, my place is here, with the wolves, with Killian. Selene and Samuel nodded, a hint of reluctance in their acceptance. As you wish, Ivy, Selene said, fading away with a flicker of light. Samuel grinned. Well, the offer stands. If you ever get bored of the wolf drama, you know where to find me. With a final chuckle, Samuel vanished, leaving Ivy alone with her thoughts. She gazed up at the sky, her heart both heavy and hopeful. Her path was her own to choose, and for now, it lay firmly in the world she had grown to love. As Ivy stood there, her heart filled with a mixture of emotions, she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she found Killian, his eyes reflecting the twilight sky, a mix of strength and softness that had always drawn her in. Killian stepped closer, his gaze never leaving hers. I thought I'd find you here, he said, his voice a gentle echo in the quiet evening. Ivy managed a small smile, her emotions a whirlwind. Just needed some air, some space to think. Killian reached out, taking her hand in his. His touch was warm, grounding, a reminder of the bond they shared. Ivy, no matter what form you take, demon or human, you're you. And that's all that matters to me. His words, simple yet profound, struck a chord in Ivy's heart. She looked up into his eyes, seeing the depth of his love, unwavering and true. I know I can't follow you into every realm, Killian continued, his thumb gently caressing her hand. But wherever you go, whatever you choose to be, my love will always be with you. Ivy felt her eyes welling up, touched by his sincerity. Killian, you've always seen me for who I am. You've never flinched, no matter how chaotic it got. He pulled her gently into his arms, and she rested her head against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. Ivy, with you, I've found a love that defies realms, rules, and expectations. You've shown me that true strength lies in being ourselves, together. Ivy lifted her gaze to meet his. And you've given me a home, a place where I belong. With you, I've found a love that's as wild and free as the wind, as deep as the oceans. Their eyes locked, and in that moment they were the only two people in the world. The troubles of their diverse heritage seemed to fade away, leaving only the purity of their connection. Killian leaned down, his lips meeting hers in a kiss that was both a promise and a testament to their enduring love. It was sweet, filled with the depth of their shared journey, a kiss that spoke of a future where they could be together, in whatever form, in whatever world. As they parted, Killian whispered, "Imagine if we had kids." Killian chuckled, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. "What do you think they'd be like? Little half-wolf, half-demon toddlers running around causing havoc?" Ivy laughed, surprised and delighted by this playful side of Killian she seldom saw. "Oh, gods, can you imagine? They'd be climbing the walls, literally, and with my luck, they'd inherit your stubbornness and my knack for trouble." Killian chuckled, his eyes shining with amusement. "I bet they'd be unstoppable. They'd probably outsmart us before they even learn to talk. And let's not forget the possibility of them shape-shifting into who knows what. I'm picturing a toddler turning into a wolf pup with tiny horns," Ivy said, her laughter mingling with his. "Or a little imp with a wolf's tail," Killian added, grinning. "I have to admit, that'd be pretty cute." Ivy leaned into him, her mood lighter than it had been in days. "I can't believe you're making me picture our hypothetical demonic wolf babies. You do have a sense of humor in there." Killian's smile was tender, his arm wrapping around her. "Only with you, Ivy. You bring out the best and apparently the funniest in me." Ivy gazed up at him, her heart full. "I love this side of you, Killian. It's nice to see you relax and just be happy." He kissed her forehead gently. "You make me happy, Ivy, in ways I never thought possible. And who knows, maybe one day we'll get to see what our little mischief makers would look like." They stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, their laughter and dreams echoing into the night. In that moment, the challenges they faced seemed a little less daunting, their future a little brighter, filled with the possibilities of love, laughter, and a family unlike any other. Kieran stepped out into the crisp night air, a welcome reprieve from the intensity of the grand hall. The stars twinkled overhead, a serene backdrop to the evening's dramatic events. As he strolled up the hill, he caught sight of Ivy and Killian's silhouetted figures in the distance. They seemed absorbed in their world, a private moment he didn't wish to intrude upon. Yet a thought crossed his mind. "Time for a little interruption," he mused with a chuckle. He genuinely liked Ivy, a lot, in fact. The idea of having her model for his new combat suit line hadn't left his mind. He pulled out his phone to jot down a reminder, his steps leisurely as he neared their location. But then something unusual caught his eye. Glowing figures, akin to dragonflies, danced in the air, their light flickering like tiny stars. Squinting, Kieran realized they were not insects, but tiny human figures, boys and girls with fluttering wings. "No way, those can't be fairies," he thought, baffled. In the center of this ethereal spectacle floated Viv, no bigger than an apple, her gestures frantic as if trying to convey an urgent message. Kieran wondered if his mind was playing tricks on him. "This has to be some kind of projection," he muttered. As he stood there, perplexed, Ivy and Killian heard his approach and turned toward him. The flying figures and Viv vanished as if they were never there. "Did you two see that?" Sharon called out, pointing to where the apparition had been. But before Ivy or Killian could respond, their expressions changed dramatically. Their eyes widened in alarm, and they charged toward him. "Something's not right," Kieran thought, his instincts kicking in. But before he could react, Killian's voice cut through the night, sharp and commanding. "Don't turn around, Kieran, and don't look!" Kieran's heart raced, confusion and adrenaline surging through him. A goddess like Medusa? He thought, grappling with the surreal situation. Why could Killian and Ivy face her without turning to stone? But he couldn't. Against his better judgment, Kieran started to turn, his hand instinctively reaching for his concealed weapon. His senses were on high alert, a result of the unsettling and inexplicable events that had been occurring. Whispers, ethereal and eerie, filled the air around him like an otherworldly chorus. They seemed to come from all directions, their haunting cadence echoing ominously. "Alexandre," they hissed, repeating the name over and over with a sinister tone. Each utterance was layered with accusation and anger, sending shivers down Kieran's spine. "You have deceived us about Alexandre. You, Killian, and the LeBlanc family must pay for his actions." The words swirled around him in an invisible storm of condemnation and mystery. Kieran's heart raced with confusion and fear as he tried to make sense of the accusations. Before he could process any further, the darkness that had lingered at the edge of his vision surged forward. It enveloped him completely, a black tide that drowned out the starry night sky and the distant figures of Ivy and Killian. The darkness was all-consuming, a void that seemed to swallow him whole. In those last moments before succumbing to the darkness, Kieran's thoughts raced with unanswered questions. What secrets did Alexandre hold? He hadn't even known about Alexandra until Selene asked the question. What dark truths had his family kept hidden from the world? And most importantly, what did this ominous presence want with him? The darkness closed in, suffocating and final, leaving Kieran's world to fade into oblivion as he was consumed by its depths. The only remnants of his consciousness were the echoes of those accusing voices, the last connection to the world he once knew. This has been Wolf-Mated, a novel in the Curse of the CROSSBREED series, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee. Hey, it's Ivy one last time. If you've made it this far with us, you've witnessed just how complicated love can be when you're dealing with pack politics, ancient magic, and the weight of responsibilities bigger than yourself. Who would have thought that finding your soulmate would be the easy part? Sometimes I wonder if the gods are up there laughing at all our plans and promises. But you know what? Through all the trials, the sacrifices, and the moments where it felt like the whole world was against us, Killian and I learned something profound. Love isn't just about the grand gestures or the magical connection. It's about the quiet strength it takes to put others first, even when your heart is screaming to do otherwise. Before you go, I'd love to hear your thoughts. What would you have done in our shoes? How far would you go to protect not just the one you love, but everyone who depends on them? Drop your comments below. D.N. Leo reads every single one, and your insights help shape the stories yet to come. If our journey through love, sacrifice, and pack politics resonated with you, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. There's plenty more supernatural drama where this came from, and trust me, each story in this series adds another layer to our complex world. For those of you wondering what happens next, well, let's just say that when you're dealing with wolf shifters, mages, and ancient powers, the story's never really over. But that's a tale for another time. Until then, remember, sometimes the greatest love stories aren't about perfect endings, but about the strength to keep fighting for what matters most. Stay magical, stay strong, and most importantly, stay true to your heart.